your tenure, and it's also going to require the person as you'd like to think. But if you're in a smaller organization, the presumption that the company's doing well, therefore you deserve to do, a lot better than you currently are, is kind of an arrogant presumption because you haven't seen the P&L.
Yeah.
So actually asking, could you even be in a position to do this? Because you agree that I'm killing it here.
It actually
what can we do?
It's the questions of, are you the right
kind of tricky, actually.
Are you the right person do you have the power to even say yes to me? Figuring out who to talk to is a really hard question. They would love to give you a raise, but they don't have the power to do it. Or they would love to give you a raise, but they can't afford to do it. These are all things you need to figure out. It's not weak to ask.
Right.
It's smart to really be thinking, are they in a position where they can give me what I want? Are their hands tied?
Well, and I suppose if they're not in a position, you can also say, well, look, I'm looking to make $10,000, $20,000 more. What do I need to do here?
Yeah.
To actually have that happen?
And they might say, you need to bring in more clients so that I can afford to give it to you. Right? And that's good to learn. And then you can go out and do it.
Yes. This is so helpful.
Can I say one more thing, Mel?
Yes.
Much of our conversation has focused on asking for a rate, asking for more money. A very big takeaway from the negotiation course at HBS and this talk book is, yes, money matters tremendously. We all know that. But also, your happiness at work and outside of work, so other things that would make my life so much better, so much more pleasant, that other things that would make my life so much better, so much more pleasant, that are not about money at all.
Like, could I do a 4-day work week?
Could I do a 4-day work week? Can we get an espresso machine in the office? I have a friend who's really well qualified for this open role that we have. Could we think about hiring them? That would make me so happy to work with them. Think creatively, think outside of just one issue.
That's so true, because we do get fixated.
Yeah.
And not to say that the money isn't important, and not to say you don't deserve to be compensated for the contributions and the effort that you're making. And I do think the other thing too is that a lot of times, at least speaking for myself, is I would show up in a role and do the job that was asked of me.
Right.
And then I expect, because I'm doing the job that's asked of me, that, by the way, they could hire 100 other people to do the job that is asked of me.
Yeah.
But am I contributing more so that I am more valuable? And these are not the conversations that I ever had with myself, because I was so busy going, my friends in investment banking are making all this money, and, I want this and I want that, and look at these influencers online, and, my company looks like they're doing well, and my boss drives a nice car, so therefore I should, and you get up in that mindset.
Dangerous.
Very.
Yeah. And there's a saying of dress for the job that you want, but it's more than dress you need to behave like the job that you want. So if they hired you to do a very simple job, if you start doing things that are actually above and beyond and more valuable, truly valuable to the organization, you're already doing the next level job. And you can go in and point that out to them, and they might say, yeah, you're right. We need to reward you we need to pay you like you're doing that job.
So if the research is undisputed that making your contributions known is one of the most effective things that you can be doing, because just assume your boss is so busy, they don't even know all the things that you're doing. And if you're really good at your job, you're taking care of so much that they're not aware of it because it's not on fire anymore.
Yep.
So are there strategies that you recommend that somebody think about in terms of how you make sure that the value that you're providing is known at work?
I think two things. One, keeping notes. If you feel like you've done something valuable, make note of it. In academia, we have these very long CVs where we track everything, every little move we make, every conference we attend, every tiny poster that you present, every paper that you publish. And it seems a little bit ridiculous, but in retrospect, when you look back, you say, no, that was just keeping notes on all the little things that I did that felt like it added value to the field, added value to my organization, to my co-authors, all of it. And so you can see why that's valuable. It's sort of undisputable evidence of all of the value that you added somewhere.
And it's sort of like if a year goes by and you look back at your camera roll and you're like, oh my God, I forgot that I went on that trip in July.
Everyone forgets. Yes. How can you expect your boss to know and remember if you yourself don't even remember?
Yep.
So keeping notes in some way, some document where you're keeping track of what you've done is sort of part one. And part two is talk to people about it. Tell people when you've done something that you feel proud of or you feel like could be valuable, don't keep it a secret. Like no one's going to know about it. And yes, maybe it brings you a sense of pride, but in terms of work, it's really valuable to share it.
I have two other things that I would love to share as ideas because I remember when my daughter started at this massive cybersecurity firm and they didn't do any just 101 training on what makes for a good week. What do you do on a Monday? What do you do on a Friday? And so the first piece of advice was exactly what you're saying. Every single week on a Friday, take out your notes app or take out a running document and write down the things that you worked on.
Yeah.
And the second thing, which I think is a great idea, is at the end of the week, send a short email to your boss and just say, these are all the things that I got done this week. These are the things that I'm still working on next week. Is there anything that's a higher strategic priority that you want me to focus on next week? And what happens when you do that is now in one email, you've communicated everything you've done.
Yeah.
And you've recalibrated to see if there's something strategic that is on your boss's mind that you now need to prioritize.
Yeah.
And the third thing, and I heard this from somebody else, I can't remember who said this. It was at, a big kind of conference that I was speaking at, and I thought it was brilliant. If you solve a problem, and it could be anything. You could be working at a big box retailer and you had to mop up something and the mop didn't work. And so you use something else. If you solve a problem, send an email wide about what happened and how you solved it, because then you become a person that has wider visibility of being somebody that's very proactive and it matters. And even if they don't promote you at your work, guess what? You now have a record of all this stuff for when you're interviewing.
Yeah.
Which brings me to my big pivot. Let's talk about looking for a job, Professor Brooks. Because right now you're at Harvard Business School.
Yeah.
And you got a lot of HBS students who are in the job market.
Yeah.
And this is a conversation that's coming out where the news feels scary and AI is taking over jobs and people who are very qualified are having a hard time finding a job, and people that are just entering the job market or getting back into it are feeling very overwhelmed.
Yeah.
As a Harvard Business School professor, what do you see as some of the big mistakes that people make when they either start looking for a job or interviewing for one?
Yeah. If you're having a hard time finding a job, you are not alone. This is a big problem right now. It's a big challenge. Even our students at HBS are struggling with this too. So you're not alone. Some of the biggest mistakes that I see people make on the job market is very similar to what we were talking about with promotions, is focusing on how can I be the most interesting, qualified, exciting candidate, rather than thinking, what does this organization need? What do they need and how can I fill that need, right? So it's much more co-created than how can I be my best self? Because just being your best self may not be at all what they're looking for. And almost any job that you find yourself in is going to require some flexibility for you to adapt to what they need from you. And so trying to figure that out a priori or before you do a job interview, before you interact with them is so very valuable.
Let me back up a minute because I remember reading somewhere that 80% of open jobs aren't even listed.
Yeah.
And that most jobs are filled based on networking.
Of course. Yeah, I would believe that.
So, Professor Brooks, how do you teach Harvard Business School students to be better networkers?
Oh, it's such a key. The keys to networking are the same as the keys to all being a valuable person in the world, right? It's all about initiating and creating and sustaining meaningful relationships with people. It's not like a trick that you walk into some networking event and you're like, let me dazzle everybody, let me be the coolest guy in the room. No, it's really figuring out, what are they interested in? What are they excited about? What do they need right now? And am I the right fit for that? What value can I bring to them? I remember a lot of my colleagues in grad school, when you go on the academic job market, they would go to these networking events and they'd be like, oh, I'm so nervous to talk to this person, so nervous. And I remember thinking, that's so interesting. Like, all you really need to do is ask questions or think ahead. Oh, that person's working on this really interesting topic. Let me do a little bit of reading about that topic and brainstorm. What is that area missing? And what could I fill for them? Do I know something about an interesting research methodology? Do I know someone else who's working on cool stuff that I could introduce them to? Really thinking ahead about what value you could actually bring to that person. Then interacting with them is not nerve-wracking because you're actually prepared and bringing value to them.
So if you were thinking about this from the standpoint of somebody who's just graduating from college and feels like they have nothing to offer, or somebody getting back into the workforce after taking time off, having kids or caring for an aging parent, or somebody that got laid off and now their confidence is taking a hit. So you're kind of at ground zero.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're like
Yeah.
on LinkedIn. Who can I network with? You're going and sending things to alumni from your high school and your college. Is there something about networking that you want the person listening to really think about it differently? Because I do think when you're in that position where you don't have a job and you're like, where do I even begin? And my mom's telling me to reach out to this friend of hers that she knew 5 years ago, and I don't even know what to say. And you don't know, because I've been there, and you're just like, what the hell do I even say? Do you just come right out and say, I'm looking like, yes. Professor Brooks, help me out
there
here.
Are a lot of, so young people feel unqualified. Parents who have taken time off from the workforce and are going back feel unqualified, like they've lost pace with technology or their skills are no longer relevant. There's so many people out there that feel like they're not qualified, or like, what should I even say? Or can I be helpful to them? Here's my advice, and I really mean this. It is so much more rewarding to connect with people in person or on the phone than it is through a networking website or through LinkedIn or which is valuable, very valuable. But a real human connection makes you so much more memorable to somebody. And when you go and have a coffee chat with someone, don't go trying to impress them. Go because you're truly curious to learn from them. What do they work on? What are their pain points right now? What are they struggling with? What do they love about the job?
So start with the informational. Yeah. Like, I'm looking for something. My mom, my dad, my neighbor, my roommate said you'd be a great person to talk to.
I don't even know if I would start with that, Mel.
What would you start with?
I would start with, I'm so curious about what you're doing. What you're doing is so amazing. I'm so intrigued by it. Can I have 5 minutes of your time to just pick your brain? What are you struggling with? What do you love about this? What do you hate? Who do you love working with? What are you missing in your organization? Asking these questions with true, sincere curiosity, you're going to learn so much. You're going to feel very validated of oh, I am still relevant. You know why? Because I'm good at asking these questions. I'm good at figuring out what people need.
So if I can extrapolate that, because again, I know that this conversation, we've got a free class from Professor Allison Wood Brooks from Harvard Business School teaching us how to land the job, network better. You're basically saying, just ask questions and be interested, and that's the opening for networking with somebody.
Yeah.
Because eventually, hopefully, the person's going to come back and be like, so what did you study in school? Or what kind of thing are you looking for?
Yeah. Maybe they don't even need to know that you're looking for a job, right? Just connect with people in an authentic way where you're curious and interested in what they're doing and figuring out, what are they missing? What do they need? Do I know someone that could do that? Am I the right person to do that? Could I learn how to do that? Could I develop a new skill that makes me exactly what they're looking for? Probably.
What's a way to follow up with someone? So let's say you meet somebody at a barbecue, you end up asking a ton of questions. They're in a field that you're interested in, because networking opportunities are everywhere. If you're willing to ask questions. But now it's time for the follow-up. How do I do that without feeling annoying or like I'm stalking somebody or I'm being pushy.
Totally. Or just now, I just said, take 5 minutes of their time. I really mean it. You don't need any more than 5 minutes to make a meaningful connection and to learn a lot about someone. But what's key about even very short interactions to make them feel meaningful is the importance of follow-up. There have been amazing research on this where there's a study of entrepreneurs in Africa where part of what they taught them to do is just be more thorough about follow-up.
What does thorough mean?
Like anytime you have a meaningful conversation, afterwards, like shoot them a text. Say, that was really amazing. I feel really inspired. You're so incredible. Thank you. And I'll be in touch later. Just a quick affirmation to the other person of like, that was valuable to me. Thank you so much. I'll follow up. That's amazing, right? You're giving them the affirmation they need. They took time out of their life. You're showing them gratitude. You could drop a little callback to something you talked about during the conversation. Hey, you mentioned that your daughter is in the tech industry, right? Let me call back to that. I hope your daughter's loving her tech job. Right? A quick callback can be it shows that you were listening to them, that you're interested, that you have interpersonal skills, that you might be valuable to have in their organization.
How do you answer the question, Professor Brooks? So tell me about yourself. In an interview, seriously.
Oh.
Because I'm always like, where do I, you mean like today, right now? I don't know. What do you want to know? My pant size? Like what I had for breakfast?
I feel the same way.
What's a way to answer that's memorable and just kind of influential, if you know what I mean.
So first to interviewers, that's not a great question. Stop asking that question. More concrete questions are much more interesting. But if you are going to stick with these sort of very abstract, open-ended, broad questions, like tell me about yourself, which we are all going to confront, I like to make it more concrete in ways like, for example, if someone said, tell me about yourself, I'll say, I'm going to share 2 things with you about my professional experience and then 2 things about my personal life.
Okay, stop. I freaking love that. And we're all stealing that. I'm going to share 2 things about my professional life and 2 things about my personal life.
Yeah, and they're going to get a much more thorough view of who you are. And they don't need to you don't need to tell them, that you've had STDs or whatever. But it's like, you can tell them.
Unless you're at an STD clinic, which would
and
make
then you should.
Very effective at
Relatable.
counseling
Very
to people.
Relatable, exactly. But if again, this is also topic prep. When you can anticipate that when you go into a job interview, they're going to ask you about yourself, about your work experience. What about your life makes you a valuable person here? So topic prep that. What are things that you've experienced professionally that will make you good in this role? What are things that are unique about you personally? When I wrote this book about talk, something that I realized is I'm uniquely positioned to write this because I'm an identical twin.
Oh.
Of course. I'm like obsessed with humans. I'm obsessed with helping other people find this tight-knit shared reality that I have with my twin sister.
Huh.
So I should say that. I need to say that in an interview, on a podcast, so that people understand who I am and why I'm a valuable person.
Well, let me tell you why we're all going to steal that answer of I'm going to tell you 2 things about my professional life and 2 things that are personal. Number 1, the framing immediately made you seem very smart and articulate and prepared.
Yeah.
And the second thing that I loved about it is that if you're somebody who's nervous, it gives you a framework for you to prepare your answers. And when you say, I'm going to do 2 professional and 2 personal, you're cueing yourself that you have these things to share.
Of course.
And so I think that's genius. We better all steal it. And it brings me to the next thing I wanted to ask you about, which is one of the single biggest obstacles to networking, to doing well on interviews, to negotiating what happens if they do offer you the job, which we'll get to in a minute, is nerves. Like you get so nervous about screwing it up that the nerves actually hijack your performance. And you have done groundbreaking research that I've been citing for over 7 years about the physiology of nerves, and a research-backed hack or reframe or whatever you want to call it, a tool that you can use in these moments where it's appropriate to feel nervous because you care, but you can't allow it to hijack your performance. It saved my career. It's the thing that I use to overcome stage fright and become the most booked female speaker on the planet. And without this simple reframe, I never would have built the career that I have.
Oh, it means so much to me to hear that, really. I use it too, but to hear it from people, Mel, that's incredible. Thank you.
No, thank you. So, could you explain to the person listening what was the research that you did about the connection between nerves and excitement and how you can use the findings from your research in moments where you're nervous?
Yeah. So first of all, if you're feeling anxious, it's so good. It's so good. It is such a clear signal that you care about something. What's better than that about human existence? You care about something, and that's precious. So just keep that in mind. Feeling anxious means you care. The recipe for anxiety is uncertainty. You don't know what's going to happen in the future. You don't know how this job interview is going to go. You don't know how your work on the job is going to go. Even in any conversation, I don't know what my partner is going to say next. And they could say something tough. They could say something confusing. They could say something very unexpected, and I'm going to have to respond to that.
Yep.
So uncertainty is the first part of the recipe. The second part is lack of control. Lack of control and uncertainty create these feelings of anxiety. And that's what conversation is. You don't know what's coming next, and you don't have perfect control over what the other person is going to say and do.
Okay.
So whether it's a job interview or networking or salary negotiation, whatever, of course you're going to feel anxious. It's hard, and it's uncertain, and you don't have perfect control. So in my research, this was from more than a decade ago. It was my dissertation research, actually. When you're feeling anxious, I really wanted to help people figure out how to cope with it. It's not a problem. It's just a sign that you care about something and that you don't know how it's going to go. And naturally, when people feel anxious, we're focusing on how all the ways that things could go badly.
Yes.
I start to stutter. I forget to say things. I say something embarrassing. I seem incompetent. I don't get the math problems right. My voice cracks. Whatever you're freaked out about, you're thinking about how things can go badly.
Correct.
The threats. So in this research, what we found is a very simple reframe. When people feel anxious, their instinct is to try to calm down. All right? So
Does that work?
No, of course not. Anxiety is a high arousal emotion, which means you have increased cortisol, your palms are sweaty, your heart is racing. These are all physiological signals of high arousal, right?
Okay.
Trying to make that go away and go down is so hard, impossible. It's trying to control your body's natural reactions.
Okay, so I want to put the person listening at the scene. So if you're about to walk into the interview of your life,
Yeah.
or you're about to walk into your annual review, or you're about to walk in and give the biggest presentation of your school career or your whatever professional career, as you're pacing in the hallway and your armpits are like waterfalls and your heart is racing and your throat is dry and you feel the thump, 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 thump of your heart because you're about to go do this thing that you care about and you want to do it well, you're saying as you're pacing, don't go, calm down, it's going to be fine. You're like, no.
And we do all these crazy things. We do rituals and we take a shot or we drink the tea or whatever to try and calm down. It's like this desperate instinct of like this, I know this isn't good. I need to calm down. Fruitless attempts to try and reduce those physiological symptoms. Instead, let's try and take advantage of that energy, right? This is high energy because you know this is important and you care about it.
Okay.
So instead of trying to reduce your arousal and move to the positive zone, let's just move to the positive zone. Move from anxiety to excitement and say, you know what? I'm aroused because I'm excited about this. And instead of thinking about the 100 ways that it could go wrong, I'm going to focus on how it could go well. We could have such a rewarding conversation. They could uncover the fact that I'm the perfect person for this job. We could have this conversation and they say, you know what? You do deserve a great raise. We really value you here. We love having you. Things could go great. And so thinking about those good scenarios makes them more likely to actually happen.
So as you're pacing in the hallway and your heart is racing and your armpits are sweating and your palms are super clammy, how exactly does saying, I'm excited to give this presentation, I'm excited to ask for this raise, I'm excited to have this interview, how exactly does that work?
Yeah. When you say I'm excited, especially out loud to someone else, imagine you said, hey, Allison, how are you feeling about this interview? If I say, you know what, I'm really excited about it. I think it's an amazing opportunity and I just can't wait to make them fall in love with me. Like,
wow.
That changes how you will actually behave once
Even
you're
though
in
you
there.
feel like having stress diarrhea and you want to run away?
You know what's so funny, Mel?
Tell me.
When I teach, I've done this reframe for almost 15 years in my mind. My body still has these physiological reactions. And a lot of people who teach at Harvard have it too. You can't sleep the night before. You have the racing heart. You get the sweaty palms. You get the indigestion. It's just that in your mind, you're flipping from negative to positive. I know all those things are happening in my body because I care about this.
Right.
And it's an uncertain environment. I don't know how my students are going to react. I don't have perfect control over what they say and do. But what I do have control over is how I think about it.
That's amazing. And didn't you also in the research find that when you tested the reframe of saying, I'm excited, that people performed better?
Oh, yeah.
Because they didn't derail their preparation? Because if you get yourself so worked up before a speech or an interview or a talk with your boss, all the preparation goes out the window if you stress yourself out too much by going, I'm going to blow it. Oh my God, I've got butterflies.
You're wasting that very valuable prep time on trying to calm down instead of using that prep time to think about the other person and say, what does success look like here? What are we aiming for? What are my goals? What are their goals? How can I make this go well? That's how you should be using that preparation time.
Well, you know what's also cool is that typically in those situations when we're nervous and we get the butterflies and we start to feel anxious and then you start to think about all the things that could go wrong, you think something's wrong. You're actually saying, no. This is a mentally healthy response to being in a situation when you care about the outcome.
It's mentally healthy and it's so common. Like we all feel that way. We're human beings. That's how our bodies were built to react to any situation where there's uncertainty and a lack of control.
Are there any rules of thumb, Professor Brooks, where you've gone through the process of networking and getting an interview, and now you've got the final interview? Is there anything that you should say at the end of the final interview that actually helps you land the job? Like, should you ask for it? Should you, what is is there anything in the research around negotiation on this?
There is great power in expressing gratitude to people. So if you've gone through a process where you've networked and you've met lots of people and you've had all these conversational interviews and you've clearly taken a lot of people's time, right? Any conversation is co-constructed, it's co-created. It means that other people are devoting their time and attention to you, including a job interview. These are people that have jobs to do, and they're spending some of their time getting to know you and evaluating you. And even though that feels daunting from your perspective, it's also quite generous from them. And so saying, thank you so much, no matter what happens, I've really loved getting to know you and learning from you. That's a very appropriate thing, very kind thing to say to them that will land very well.
So, Professor Brooks, if you take into account the decade of research that you've done on the science of conversation, teaching two of the most popular courses at Harvard Business School, what do you think is the most important lesson or piece of research or behavior change that the person listening should take away of everything that you shared today that would have the biggest impact on their confidence and their ability to communicate and be influential?
Don't aim for perfection. Don't aim to be trying to prove how great you are to other people. Aim for connection. Think about what other people need and then deliver it to them to the best of your ability.
You know, maybe it's all the training as a lawyer, but I've always thought about negotiation as making a case.
I know.
And winning.
Yeah.
And
it's not winning.
You just flipped it all on its head.
Yeah.
It's actually about prioritizing the other person and figuring out what they want.
Yeah.
And then reframing what you need and want from their point of view.
If the more people that you can give what they need, the more people there are in the world who are poised and ready and excited to give you what you need back.
Wow. It's so counterintuitive. No wonder you have to go to Harvard to learn this. I guess not, though, because you just shared it for free here on the Mel Robbins podcast. Professor Allison Wood Brooks, the book is Talk, the Science of Conversation and the Art of Being Ourselves. Congratulations on it being a bestseller. What are your parting words?
My parting words, in the course that I teach called Talk, we use a metaphor. If you think of every relationship in your life as a sort of string that starts at hello and goes all the way until the end of your relationship or even the end of your life, we like to think of every conversation along that string as like a light bulb, like a cafe light. Those beautiful strings of lights.
Oh.
The goal is to make each one of those conversations glow just a little bit brighter. And imagine how much we could light up the world one conversation at a time.
I love that. And the reason why I love that is because I think particularly if you're taking this advice and you're trying to apply it to creating a more meaningful career, feeling like you're more influential, feeling like your contributions get recognized, whether it's at home or at school or in the workplace or in your business, you can get very discouraged if you get to one light bulb that doesn't light up.
Yeah.
And I love that image because if you're at a moment where you feel like you've gotten a lot of no's or closed doors, those actually are light bulbs on the string.
Yeah.
And your job is to just keep going to the next one and trust that eventually you're going to get to the one that shines super bright.
And some of them will brown out. Some of them will explode. Some of them will never light up at all.
Yeah.
But just know that in the future, there are more light bulbs to come. And just keep aiming, just keep trying, try to get them to glow a little bit brighter.
Wow. I mean, that's a big light bulb moment for me. Professor Allison Wood Brooks, thank you.
Thank you, Mel.
And thank you for being here, for investing in yourself, for sharing this. I know you're going to share this with a ton of people. And I also know that everything that you learned today from all this research at Harvard Business School is going to help you be more influential. It's going to help you nail the interviews and do the networking because you do deserve to have a career that makes you proud of yourself. And now you got some of the tools that are going to help you go create it. And in case no one else tells you, I wanted to be sure to tell you that I love you and I believe in you and I believe in your ability to create a better life. Now take everything that Allison Wood Brooks taught you today and go make it happen. I'll be waiting for you in the very next episode as soon as you hit play. I'll see you there. And for you, thank you for being here with me on YouTube, and thank you for watching all the way to the end. Wasn't it so cool to get all of these strategies and insight from a professor at Harvard Business School? I love this kind of stuff, and I know you love it too. So thank you for watching. Thank you for being here till the end. Thank you for sharing this with people in your life who you know deserve this information too. And one more thing, it is a goal of mine that 50% of the people that watch this channel are subscribers, and it's free. So I know you're the kind of person that loves supporting people that support you. I know you love getting all these incredible videos with world-renowned experts. And so one thing you could do for me, just hit subscribe. It tells me that you really love what we're doing here, and it helps support my team in bringing you new videos every single day as a free resource for you and the people that you care about. Alrighty, I know what you're thinking. Mel, I love this. What's the next video I should watch? Great question. I think you should check out this one. I think you're going to love it. And I'm going to be waiting for you in it the second you hit play. I'll see you there.
You're not stuck. You're actually grieving a past version of yourself. There's an identity, an idea, a mindset, a behavior, an attitude that is keeping you held back. So reality has moved on, but you've held on, and that's what's keeping you stuck. And once you let go of that, once you open and release your hands, all of a sudden you feel free.
I am just blown away.
You can hate where you're at,
Yes.
and still gain all the skills you need for your future. That mindset shift is, how do I turn a place of misery and pain and potentially suffering into a place that becomes the launch pad of my life? This is the place where I take off from. When you're feeling stuck, you might not be able to change what's around you. So change how you view it. There is no rose in the world that grows the day you plant the seed. It takes months, sometimes even years, for a tree to have a beautiful fruit or a beautiful flower. If you're feeling like you're caught in a spiral of the same thing after the same thing, life is trying to teach you something. Go to the school of life.
Jay, I think when things feel dark, the job in life is to glow. And You've definitely taught me how to do that. So before we get into this episode, the team here at the Mel Robbins podcast shared some data with me. You know, I love my data and research. 57% of you who watch the Mel Robbins podcast here on YouTube are not subscribed to this channel. And here's the deal. I would love to get that down to 50% subscribers by the end of the year. So if you're enjoying the show and you love the guests that we have on, like the one we're going to have on today, just tap the subscribe button. It's free. It's the best way for you to support the show and to support me. And I promise that I will keep making this show better for you every single week. Because my team and I, we're listening to your feedback. We are bringing you the guests that you want to hear from. We're covering the topics that matter most to you. So we're going to continue to show up for you. Thanks in advance for hitting subscribe and showing up for me. All right, you ready? Let's dive in to today's episode. Hey, it's your friend Mel, and I am absolutely thrilled that you are here. The conversation today is going to be extraordinary. You know, it's always such an honor to spend time with you, to be together with you. And if you're a brand new listener, I also want to take a moment and personally welcome you to the Mel Robbins podcast family. I'm thrilled that you're here, and I'm thrilled that you hit play on this particular episode because it's going to be extraordinary. It's going to be exactly what you need to hear. And because you hit play on this episode, I already know something about you. I know that you're someone who values your time because you're making time to listen to a conversation that will give you greater clarity, purpose, and direction. I also suspect that you're looking for some answers, for a way to make sense of what's going on in your life and for guidance on how to move forward. If someone sent you this episode, I want to take a moment and point something out that's really important. You have people in your life who love you, and they want you to experience this conversation because they are certain that what you're about to hear will change your life. It'll open you up to bigger possibilities. And I want you to really listen today and take in everything that you're about to learn. Because if you do, time will slow down. Your heart will soften. Your guard will drop. Your mind will expand. And you will know with every cell of your being that what you're hearing today is meant just for you, because it is. Jay Shetty is a person who is so hard to define because the impact that he has on people's lives transcends a label, and it is truly global. I consider Jay to be one of my closest friends, especially in this business. To the world, he's known as the host of one of the most successful and award-winning podcasts on the planet. I'm talking about On Purpose with Jay Shetty. He is also the #1 New York Times bestselling author of 2 books, Think Like a Monk and 8 Rules of Love, which have been translated into over 47 languages. Jay is also the Chief Purpose Officer for Calm, the wildly popular meditation app. He is a former monk who has reinvented himself over and over again, and his work and his life are going to help you find greater purpose and meaning in yours. Please help me welcome the remarkable Jay Shetty to the Mel Robbins podcast. Oh my gosh, Jay Shetty in the house in Boston. This is just, I have been waiting to welcome you in here in person. Jay, my friend, I'm so excited you're here.
Mel, you're the best. And seeing your entire team and your beautiful studio space, I mean, it's incredible when you get to see your friends' place of genius. And I feel so lucky to be able to walk into it today. And it truly is infused with all your energy. So it's so beautiful to be here. I'm so grateful to be on your incredible podcast, the way you've been serving and showing up for people and truly putting your heart there. And I want people to know, not just in the last 24 months, for decades of just showing up for people privately, personally, publicly. It's incredible to watch, and I'm grateful to be your friend. So thank you.
Oh, Jay, you're going to make me cry.
Thank you.
Oh, so that, okay, I got to pull myself together. I would love to start by having you speak directly to the person who is with us right now. How might they feel different if they take everything to heart that you're about to share with us today, wisdom that you've learned, lessons that you want to share, mistakes that you've made? What could change about their life?
I believe if someone really listens today and then reflects and then applies what we share, I believe their mind will become their best friend, not their worst enemy. I believe that time will feel like it's full of possibilities, not just full of pressure, which is what we so often feel with time. And I really believe that their life will feel clear and less foggy and less undecided. And they'll actually know their next move, their next step. Maybe not the whole picture, maybe not this big idea of the future that we all seem to overwhelm ourselves with, but they'll know their next step, their next move, and they'll feel confident and secure that it's the right step. So I'd say that's what they'll get from listening today and reflecting and applying.
I couldn't help but notice that you said listen and reflect, and then at the end you said reflecting. Why is that so important to not just listen and then do, but to actually take that moment and reflect?
Well, here's the interesting thing, Mel. I think what we don't realize is that there's actually 5 steps from listening to change.
What?
Yeah, there's 5 in between, but they're very simple. And if we actually follow them, we're guaranteed success. So the first is learn. The fact that people are listening to us today, the fact that people follow you, they read your books, they may listen to mine, they get the opportunity to learn. But what's the difference? We know lots of people that learn but never get to change their life. So what's going wrong? What's the missing part? After learning, we have to experiment. You've got to try this out. You may try it out tomorrow and it may not work. You may try it out on Wednesday and it will work perfectly. You may try it out in a week and then there'll be a little dip. So experiment with it. Don't feel like it's going to be perfect tomorrow. Play with it. Have fun with it. And then the third step is perform. Once you've experimented, you get into a groove. You start to feel it working. You start to notice it in your body. Your mindset feels different when you wake up in the morning. Now you don't have to do all the conscious stuff anymore. It's kind of unconscious. And then finally, there'll always be struggle just before you're about to unlock this new level of greatness. And then finally, there's thrive. So to me, that reflection process is those 3 steps in between of experimenting, performing, and struggling. It's the ability to try something out, then reflect back and go, wait, how could I have done that 1% different? How could I have done that 2% different? What do I need to shift? And as soon as you start doing that, you start enjoying reflection. So reflection is not just in the mind. It's something you're practicing. It's something you're experimenting with.
I've never heard anybody explain it that way.
I love that.
Well, it makes so much sense because you're right. Like, I think you can hear an idea and you can try it once. And then if it doesn't feel the way you want it to feel, most people stop.
Yes.
And I've never thought about the fact that if you don't actually know that trying something and then reflecting on what worked, what didn't work, tweaking it, experimenting, as you said, you're always going to stop.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And by the way, isn't it just the case, Mel, that even something that you've done for years, you still need to keep experimenting with it? So just because something worked last year doesn't mean it's going to work this year. You've got to keep that process going. And that's what makes it fun and alive, and it doesn't become routine and monotonous. And so I love reflection being in action.
You know, Jay, so many people look to you because you have written just incredible blockbuster books. You have millions and millions of followers. Your podcast is a podcast I listen to. Your podcast is the podcast that inspired me to get into the podcasting space.
Mel, you're going to make me cry.
And so, no, I'm serious. And so I think there are times in your life, and you've certainly felt this way, where you're really lost and unhappy and you feel stuck. And I know you've been there. And so I would love to just, before we kind of dig into specifics and unpack some of the lessons from your life, what would you say to somebody who really does feel kind of lost right now or stuck or doesn't know what their next move is? And how do you want the person who feels that way to think about that moment where you feel like you don't know what to do next?
I love what you asked there, because you said, how would you like someone to think about that moment? What I'd like people to remember is that you're not stuck. You're actually grieving a past version of yourself. So there's a part of you that's died, that actually you left behind a long time ago, but there's a part of you that still misses it. You still want things to be the same. You still want things to be that way. And that keeps pulling you back. And that's actually blocking you from making the next move. It's stopping you because life used to be this way or life used to feel this way. And so we're stuck, not because we don't know what to do next. We're stuck because there's a part of us that wants to hold on to what we have here. There's a beautiful Zen teaching that says, what's holding you back is what you're holding on to. And I think if people think about that for a second, what are you holding on to that's holding you back? What are you clinging on to that's keeping you stuck? There's an identity, an idea, a mindset, a behavior, an attitude that is keeping you held back. And once you let go of that, once you open and release your hands, all of a sudden you feel free. So what identity, what habit, what mindset, what expectation are you letting yourself be held back by that if you were to let go of, you could easily move forward?
Can you give an example?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Because I think I understand what you're saying.
Yes.
Like I'm trying to think about
Yeah.
a scenario where, let's say somebody is at a moment in their life where there's a change. You have gone through a breakup, or maybe you've raised your kids and they've launched and now you're trying to figure out your next chapter.
Yeah.
Maybe you just lost your job and now you're like, oh my God, what do I do? What are the kinds of things that people hold on to that you may not realize this is what you're actually holding on to?
Yes. So all three examples you gave apply. If you've raised your kids and they've left the house, there's a part of you that misses what the home felt like with their energy. And now you spend all your day thinking about all the memories in the corners. You look in this corner and you remember your child growing up. You look in this corner and you remember Christmas dinner. You look at this place. So you're constantly surrounding yourself with an identity that no longer exists. So you don't have the time or the energy or the presence to be able to even think about what comes next, because there's a part of you that still feels affected. If you go through a relationship break, so my question to everyone is, what is that thing for you? And how do you, so my question to everyone is, what is that thing for you? And how do you learn to release it? That's the focus. I think we think we're stuck because we don't know what to do next. When you're holding on to something really tight, if you let go of it, all of a sudden you feel momentum. Momentum doesn't come from knowing where you're going. It comes from knowing that I don't want to be here anymore.
That is so important. They want to go next. And I always say, well, actually, if you can be honest with yourself and say, I just don't like how my life feels anymore.
Yes.
You're already moving in a new direction because you're moving away from what's not working. I have one more example to give you because what you just said was brilliant. You have this ability, Jay, to just take wisdom, philosophy, psychology, and make it so immensely obvious that I both feel inspired and sort of like an idiot that I didn't see it, myself and I'm tortured. But no, I have one more example to give you about this feeling of being stuck, because there are so many people that have artistry inside themselves, whether it's wanting to start a YouTube channel or it's wanting to become a singer or it's wanting to express themselves on social media or it's wanting to learn how to market themselves better on social media. And yet there is so much resistance to putting yourself out there. And so in this paradigm where we're talking about holding on to something and grieving who you used to be, if somebody is actively fighting against their deep internal desire to start putting themselves out there in a new chapter, whether it's marketing a business or starting a YouTube channel or performing and singing on, whatever it may be, what is it that you're holding on to?
It's the identity and the reputation that identity is built.
Okay, say more about that.
Yes. So it's saying, well, I'm a teacher. I can't be a social media creator. I'm a teacher. That's what my friends know me as. That's not what my students know me as. That's what my parents know me as. That's what my kids know me as. How can I be a teacher and be a social media creator? It's not possible. Oh, I'm a nurse. How can I be a nurse and a podcaster? That can't be the case. What do I have to offer? I'm a nurse. And by the way, that's what everyone in my social circle knows me as. So now if I record a podcast, they're going to look at me and think, wait, what does she have to say? What are you going to teach the world? Oh, I'm a mom. I can't be a mom and own a TikTok shop. I don't know how to do that. I didn't go to business school. So this is what we do. And the real reason is because our social circle has validated or at least approved that current position. Everyone in our social circle knows what that means. They recognize it and they understand it. As soon as we do something that people don't understand, we're scared that they're not going to like us. And as soon as we think they're not going to like us for doing something they don't understand, we leave behind what we love. Because we say, well, I can't do it if they're going to misunderstand me. I can't do it if they're going to dislike me. I have so many friends right now, Mel, honestly, that are scared to put out a video because they feel the pressure from their own friends. People are not feeling pressure from the world. People are usually not worried about the comments that will come many years into being a creator. It's the people around us that we're most worried about. And so the only way we let go of that is recognizing and building this identity and insight that I can be a teacher and a creator. I can be a nurse and a podcaster. I can be a mom and own an online business. I can be two things at once and I don't need anyone else's permission. And by the way, when I pull it off, even then they won't understand. So it was never about them understanding. It was always about me focusing on what I love.
I know that I've had like so many career changes. I sometimes feel like I'm a cover band for ABBA doing costume changes. Like it's not a resume. It's like a choose your own adventure. But you have had so many twists and turns in your career. You literally went from university to a massive like consulting job to pursuing like spiritual training as a monk to then deciding, having an epiphany. And at every one of those moments, there was that pressure that you're talking about where you have to make a call that who you are and how you're living your life no longer feels right. And then you have always made the turn.
Yeah.
And so can you just like quickly kind of tell us a few of those moments so that the person listening understands that at any single moment, you are literally one decision away from turning your life in a different direction? And talk a little bit about what holds you back when that resistance shows up. Like, well, I can't leave a consulting job.
Yeah. Thank you for saying that. And the idea is everyone needs to become a professional quitter, right? It's like we need to get really good at quitting. And as I'm listening to you, I'm thinking back to, I remember when I decided to become a monk, pretty much no one around me understood why. I remember when I decided to leave the monastery, pretty much everyone around me didn't understand why. When I decided to get a job in consulting after being a monk, people were like, why? When I decided to leave my successful consulting job to try and make videos online, people were like, why are you doing that? Then when those videos became successful and I decided to launch a podcast, I had 3 podcast production companies tell me, Jay, people like listening to you for 4 minutes. No one wants to listen to you for an hour. Don't launch a podcast. So we launched a podcast anyway. And thanks to the millions of people that listen to you, that listen to us, that know us, that became a success. So I always listen to people, not the executives in the room. Then I wanted to launch a book, Mel. And I went to launch a book and 14 out of 17 imprints told me, don't call it Think Like a Monk because no one wants to think like a monk. 5 years later, the book sold millions of copies. Again, thanks to those people, not the people in the room. Why am I sharing all of that? Because I didn't know what the future held. It's not that I had a really clear view of exactly where I was going, or that when I left the monastery, I knew I'd be here today, or that when we launched a podcast, I knew I'd be here. And I want to get that thought out of people's heads, that if I don't have the full life mapped out and planned out, that I can't take the first step. Because I don't think I've ever known where my life's going. And so this whole idea that you have to have everything figured out before you take your first step is the biggest lie we've been told. This idea that if you don't have a clear vision, you don't know where you're going, it's the biggest lie we've been told. How could anyone possibly have every step mapped out? Tell me one person that we know in the world, anyone you look up to, that could tell you they meticulously knew every single step. They didn't, but they took that first step. And I think that's what's holding us back, is this idea that I have to know everything before I do one thing.
What is the one thing, though? Because I think that's the thing that's confounding until you actually figure out the riddle in life.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's sort of like you can't explain to somebody what it feels like to be married until you've done it.
Yes.
You can't explain to somebody how shockingly simple things can be until you've learned how to push through your own resistance to the things that you're interested in and curious about experimenting with or trying. And so for somebody that's never even considered a possibility for themselves beyond consulting or beyond where they're at right now or beyond the major that they had or beyond the city that they live in, what is that first step? And is there a way, if you're not even in touch with what it feels like to be pulled towards something new, to identify it in yourself? Because I think that's one of the things that you do for people. You help people see a bigger possibility for themselves. And it took me a long time to go from simply surviving and trying to pay bills and get through the day to understanding that there's a different way to wake up and be tapped into the signals and the energetic things that pull you in different directions. Because I think that's what you're talking about when you say, all you need to do is take one step.
Yes. The step, I'd say, in the most practical way, to make it really, really simple for people and get away from any philosophical idea, is it's actually not about falling in love with something new or finding something else. It's about extracting and learning every possible thing from where you are right now. Whatever job you're in.
But I don't want to do that, Jay, because I
But
hate
that
where
is
I'm
the
at.
thing. But that is the thing. You can hate where you're at
Yes.
and still gain all the skills you need for your future. When I was a consultant, I knew I did not want to be a consultant for the rest of my life. But I learned so many incredible skills from consulting that are so useful today.
Okay.
Whether it's negotiation, whether it's communication, whether it's presentation, whether it's connecting with clients, whatever it may be, there are so many skills. If you're working in a school, I promise you, there are so many skills in that school that are available that if you start learning, all of a sudden that place you hate becomes a place that becomes a stepping stone for your next step.
So is there a mindset shift, like from I hate this dread? Like there have been times in my life where
Me
I
too.
literally, you're heading to work, you're just like, I do not want to walk through the door and actually have to be there today. So is there a mindset shift that you would advise us to just hold on to?
Yes.
Because it shifts the experience of being where you are. What is that mindset shift?
If you're going to spend 8 to 9 hours, maybe more, at work every day, it's not great to walk in and think that for 9 hours a day, your mind is programming your thoughts to say, I hate being here. I don't want to be here. I can't wait to get out, because you've wasted 9 hours of your day that could be used in building the next thing. So the mindset shift is, I do hate being here. I'm going to accept that. I'm going to acknowledge that. I'm not going to lie to myself. But I'm going to take everything I possibly can from this opportunity because it is a part of my story. And it is such a powerful part of my story because this only makes the story better. I'm going to learn from a place that I hate, and I'm going to learn everything I possibly can. And so that mindset shift is, how do I turn and transform a place of misery and pain and potentially suffering into a place that becomes the launch pad of my life? And all of a sudden, now you're walking into work thinking, oh, this is a launch pad. Oh, wait a minute, this is a step. This is the place where I take off from, rather than, oh, this is a place that's keeping me in prison. And I think that's the switch that people need to make, because if you're always looking for it outside of work, you're only giving yourself 2 hours in the evening, maybe an hour if you're lucky, after you've done the chores, put the kids to bed, washed the dishes. So why not use those 8 to 9 hours to build skills, to build confidence, to build security that you have available to you?
Well, you know what else I hear? I hear trust.
Yes.
Because I think a lot of times, at least me personally, when I've felt very stuck, there was this intense feeling like I was in the wrong place, which
Yes.
then creates resistance. And what you just did is by saying, if I'm going to spend 8 hours here, then I'm going to get everything I can out of it, because I trust that by doing that, I'll actually find the next thing.
There's a beautiful book which talks about how really we find our purpose through sampling. And when I think of the word sampling, the way I describe it is collecting and connecting. You are collecting stories, experiences, skills, and ideas in every job you work in. And one day, after collecting for many, many years, you will connect the dots of all of those different skills, of all of those different experiences. And that's when everything falls into place. But if you don't collect in the first place, there's nothing to connect. It's not about finding and discovering something. It's collecting along the way. You're collecting little jigsaw pieces. And then one day you spread them out and you put them down and you start putting the pieces out and they all fit. And you go, oh my gosh, I can't believe they connected. When I look back in my life and I think I'm as much a consultant as I am a monk, as I am a media person, all of those things are really valuable parts of me. And it goes back to the point I was making earlier. I can't be a nurse and a content creator. I can't be this and that. Well, you can, because that is your superpower. Your superpower is that you did what you did in the past and what you do now.
And by the way, you already are those things.
You already are those things, whether you like it or not.
And maybe that's the whole point, that you already are those things, which is why you feel haunted when you are in a chapter in your life that is over, and it's time for you to move toward the next thing that's already a part of you. And the reason why you know it's already a part of you is because you actually feel pulled to make YouTube videos,
Yes.
or pulled to go back to graduate school, or pulled to be in a different relationship.
And I think this all goes back to college
do
and
you mean?
school, in the sense that we were all forced to think you had to pick one thing. Your whole life, you were trained to say, I've got to pick one thing that I've got to do for the rest of my life. That's how you were trained. So when you were young, you start narrowing down your subjects, you get to college, you pick a major, you focus in on one thing and you think you have to do that for the rest of your life. And then you start doing it for 3 years. And then 3 years into a new job, you go, I don't want to do this anymore. This isn't what it was meant to be. But your whole life you were told you could only be one thing. You had to pick one thing to focus on. So that's why we're so obsessed with this idea that my title should have to be one thing. I should be able to say I'm a lawyer, I'm an accountant, I'm a doctor, I'm a nurse, I'm a teacher, I'm a mom, whatever it is, but I can't be 3 things. That's complicated. But we've been forced to believe that you are that title. You are a manager, or by the way, senior manager, and you feel better about it, or executive and you made to feel better about it, but you're only allowed to be that. You can't then be anything else. And so I love it when I see people in their Instagram bios and people are like, I'm a mom first, but I'm an executive second, I'm a this. Like, I love it that people are playing with that idea because that's the permission we need.
So, Jay, what is the difference between purpose and passion? And what do we get wrong about it?
Passion is what brings you life. It's what brings you joy. It's what makes you feel like you're doing something exciting and exhilarating and thrilling. So for me, it's studying and learning and synthesizing. I could spend a weekend in a cave of books and never get out and make notes and study. That's one of my greatest passions in life. Your purpose is when you use your passion in the service of others. If your passion doesn't have a service element, if you don't use it to improve people's lives, if you don't use it to inform other people, if you don't use it to make a difference in someone's life, it's not a purpose. So let me give an example. If you're a photographer and your favorite passion in the world is photography, you love finding unique locations, you love capturing human emotion, you love capturing memories for people. As soon as you start doing it for others, it's a purpose. There you have it. It's that simple. It's not like you have to go on a whole charity trail and start taking pictures and giving them out for free. When you start capturing moments and you do it with that intent, it's a service. There's a beautiful study that I love from Amy Wrzniewski and her team at the Yale School of Management. So they went out in 2019 to research what they believed was the most difficult job in America. Any guesses, Mel?
Psychologically or physically?
They just went out to think what was the most
I
difficult
think
job.
probably teacher
Yeah, that was up there.
or public servant. I don't know.
All up there. The one that they decided on was hospital cleaner. Because they believed that these people not only have to wash bed sheets, pillows, floors, toilets, plates, they have to wash up after people pass away. So it's a very heavy job. And also, you just finished cleaning a toilet, you leave, and now you got to run in and clean it again. It's not as simple as, hey, we did that once and it doesn't happen anymore. So they went and interviewed these hospital cleaners and they asked them what they did. And the hospital cleaners said, we believe we're low-skilled labor, in their own words. We wash toilets, plates, floors. They carried on and they found this whole group of hospital cleaners who didn't call themselves cleaners. They called themselves healers and carers. These healers worked the exact same hours as the cleaners. They worked the same shifts. They worked the same hospitals. They got paid the same amount. but they were happier, more purposeful, and more productive. So they asked them, why do you call yourself healers? They said, and this blew my mind, like every time I think about this, it really makes me emotional because it's so powerful. They said, we believe that a clean hospital is integral to the healing journey of a patient. We think that when the hospital is clean, people have more dignity at a time of difficulty. We believe that when the hospital is clean, that people's families will spend more time with them. They'll actually surround their bedside because it feels like a clean atmosphere in their time of need. They said, we believe that a clean hospital is part of healing. So how could we see ourselves as anything else? What I love about that, Mel, is that Amy Wrzniewski and her team came up with the term called job crafting, which means it's not what you do every day, it's how you feel about what you do every day that changes the experience of it. It's not just what you do, it's not even why you do it, it's how you feel about it. How do you feel about what you do? They all felt that what they did was critical to healing and it transformed their experience. And there's this beautiful quote from Wayne Dyer that I loved where he said, when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. And I really believe that that's what we're all being called to do right now. When you're feeling stuck, you might not be able to change what's around you. So change how you view it, change how you look at it, because all of a sudden everything starts to change in your favor.
That is the single best definition of purpose I've ever heard. And it's accessible. And I want to make sure that as you're listening to Jay and you're spending time together with us, that you really take away that definition. Because it's even when you're stuck or even when you've just got a lot going on, it's very easy to identify the little things in your life that energize you, whether it's books like Jay, or for me, I love gardening and flowers, and I love cooking. I love spending time with my family. I love making people smile. That brings me energy, right? I love being outside. I love learning. And so when you take those things that naturally bring you energy and you do a little bit more of it, it lifts you up. But then when you figure out ways to extend those things that bring you energy in service of others, now you're on the track of discovering why you're here in the first place. And aligning your life with purpose. And so in that beautiful example you just gave, and thinking about it energizes people to be like part of something where you're caring for people.
Even in the hardest job in the world, that's why I use that example. Because those individuals may not even be passionate about cleaning, but they've found a way to think about it differently. That's why it touches my heart so much, because it's in such a difficult space and environment. And to your point, Mel, what you were just saying, I was talking to one of my team about this, and she was talking to me about how her mum didn't really know what her purpose was. So I asked her, what's her passion? And she said her favorite thing is to organize family trips. And so now her mum has started organizing family trips for not only her family, but the friends of her family and couples. And so she's a retired mom at this point in her life, but she loves planning trips. She lives vicariously through all of her kids and their friends and grandkids and whoever else it is. And that's what she does now. That's a purpose. Your purpose doesn't need to be this big thing that you have to go and change 1 million people's lives or 1 billion people's lives. If you can do that, that's beautiful. But that's not what a purpose is. A purpose is not defined by scale. It's not defined by the amount of people you reach. It's not defined by doing something big. Your purpose doesn't have to be your job. It doesn't have to be something you dream of doing every day. Your purpose is simply using your passion in the service of others, in the smallest of ways, in the simplest of ways. And it brings you so much joy. And by the way, it also gives you validation for something beautiful that you do. We all want validation. We all seek it. And I want to just normalize that, because I think people feel bad for wanting it. But we all need to feel wanted and needed and loved. It's part of being human. But the problem is when you become someone you don't want to be, or do something you don't want to do to get validation. Whereas when you get validated for using your passion in the service of others, there's no greater feeling than that.
You know, I want to give an example, because I feel like one of the mistakes that I made for a long time when it came to, quote, discovering my purpose, is that I thought it was one thing. And it's actually everything.
Yes.
And so when we moved to Southern Vermont, and I remember feeling very stuck and in a new chapter and isolated and needing to like meet all new friends and build community, that I learned of this flower farmer. And her flowers were, it was near the end of the summer and into fall, and frost was coming, and it's dahlias, and you need to dig them up. I know I'm getting really geeky on flowers. And the frost was starting to hit, and it was an entire field, and they were all going to die. And I felt this like ache because flowers bring me energy. I don't know why. I tracked down the person who was growing the flowers and found out that they had had a health issue. And so I organized a bunch of women that I had recently met to help this person dig up the tubers. That is an example that has nothing to do with career.
Yes.
It has nothing to do with my life's mission and all the things I do for work. It is a small example
Yes.
of how I took something that energized me and used that energy that's authentic to me in service of someone else. And that small example is an example of how you can infuse a sense of purpose in your day-to-day life in really small but deeply meaningful, important ways.
Yes. Yes. I love that. And it's so true. I'm thinking about Radhi. When Radhi first moved with me to America, she couldn't work here because she was on a spouse visa and until we all got all that sorted out. And Radhi wasn't always the writer of a New York Times bestselling cookbook. Like that's a very like recent iteration of her life.
Well, when
She
we
was-
became friends, Jay, so, you know, like you and I have been friends for a long time.
Yeah.
And we are extremely
has been a long
supportive
time.
and fond of one another. Our spouses know each other. But when I first met you and Roddy, she had not launched this part of her life.
Absolutely. No social media.
Nothing.
No content. Yeah, exactly. And so obviously we remember her like that.
Yes.
She isn't like that to the world now. But I remember when we moved to LA, Radhi would just be really sad when we'd be driving around and see the homeless situation. And she always loved cooking. Like she was always a fan of cooking. Since I've known her, she's been an amazing cook. She would literally just cook and deliver meals. She'd get involved in food distribution programs in the area. She'd go and find out and talk to communities of how she could help. Before she made any content, she was just out there doing that. And that's what built her confidence in being able to do it and being able to deliver. And then even when someone said to her, hey, would you cater? She said, I don't want to do it as catering. She loves cooking as an act of love, as an act of service. If you come over, she'd want to cook for you because you're a friend. That's what she enjoys. She wants to cook for people in need. That's what she gets passion from. She doesn't actually want to be said, hey, can you make 20 meals of this? That's not actually what brings her joy. And so you can see how your purpose doesn't have to be your job. Your purpose doesn't have to be big. Your purpose doesn't have to get you followers. Your purpose doesn't need to have social media. It doesn't need to have any of those things. And actually, if you start without all of those things, you'll build more confidence, more self-worth, and more joy that then if you want to do any of those things, they'll happen naturally. They'll come as a byproduct of that infectious energy you feel and that I've seen Radhi feel.
Well, I want to come back to two themes and highlight it. You know, one of the things that you said is it's not about imagining the thing out there. It's about really stopping and listening and reflecting on what Jay is sharing with you about the fact that there's something that's already bringing you energy, that when you do it, it just brings something out in you.
Yes.
And then finding ways to do it in service of others. So if you take the example of your wife, she's focused on cooking as an act of love. It's always been a creative expression. It naturally energizes her. And so she used that to lift herself up in a new chapter of her life. She found a way to be of service. And the amazing thing about life is that when you align yourself with the things that naturally energize you, and let's come to a second thing we've talked about, Jay, trust that where you are is somehow in service of where you're meant to go. Follow the energy and follow how you serve others in sharing that energy. And that is how you actually start walking in the path that is meant for you. And I just want to point out that not only is she a New York Times best-selling cookbook author, But the name of the cookbook is Joyful.
Yes.
As in Full.
Yes.
Because you're full of her fabulous vegan cooking. And so she didn't start cooking and serving people in LA because she's like, I'm going to write a cookbook one of these days.
Yeah, exactly.
She did it to lift herself up at a moment in her life where she was stuck.
Yes.
And where she was moving to a new place. And so it's so important to understand it's not the thing that you're imagining. It's the energy in you, and it's the ability to shift your mindset and trust that if you leverage that positive energy in service of others, it always, always, always points you where you're meant to go.
Yes. And people will say to us, but I don't know what I like. I don't know what gives me energy. I hear that a lot today.
You do.
Yeah, where it's like people are just like, I don't know what gives me energy anymore. I'm kind of numb to it. Like, and I think the point is not to find this big, bright light of energy from something. It's this small, tiny voice. It's been ignored for so long that the way it shows up within us isn't always this big, loud scream. It's this quiet little whisper that just says, try this, give it a go. It's not this big calling. I think we think about callings, and what we want to do is this big, bright light of information and a sign. Signs are small. They're whispers, they're quiet. And I think if we just lean into that, it may just be the little voice in your head that says, you love organizing birthdays. Why don't you just organize a couple more birthday parties this year? Oh, you're really good at event planning. Why don't you help your friend with their wedding? Oh, you know what? You're really, really good at writing. Why don't you just write a quote every day? Right? It's that little voice. So just follow the whisper.
Do you think that your life, if you look backwards, also provides answers for what energizes you? Because I think it's a very important point to validate that we are at a moment in time where the research bears out that over 80% of us are living in a state of chronic stress.
Yes.
The feeling of being numb is very, very common right now, and probably a sign that you're actually mentally well because there's so much chaos and overwhelm and stuff. But so validating that, and even if somebody turns inward and doesn't quite feel it, are there other things that someone can do that you would recommend to help access that if you're just at a point where you just, I am so spent, I don't even know myself anymore?
Yes. I promise you, and I really mean this, and I want everyone to really internalize this as I say it, you are already successful at something. It's just so easy to you that you don't think of it as success. There's something that comes effortlessly to you. Maybe you graduated college with flying colors. Maybe you take care of your kids in the best way possible. Maybe you're just incredible at showing up for your work colleagues. You already are extremely, incredibly successful at something, but because it's easy for you and natural for you, you don't think it's a skill. So look back at your life and look back at all the things that you've done beautifully. You showed up for your friends at college. You helped your colleagues through a tough time. You've already been doing that. You just don't know what that looks like because you think that's what a good person does. And it is what a good person does. But on top of that, it is value that you've been adding all along the way. Look at the clues, look at the footprints, look at the steps behind, and don't take them for granted. Most likely, the things that you don't value because they're simple to you are the things that the world is looking for. Radhi's cooking skill is something that comes really naturally to her. She's worked on it, but it's natural. She didn't value it. She didn't realize what a superpower it was.
So Jay, for the person who's listening, who's now scanning their life and thinking about what they're good at and they're coming up with nothing, what is your advice?
Here's my number one piece of advice. Pick 3 people from your past. It could be a work colleague, a family member, and a friend. These are people that know you deeply, that you would say know me really, really well. Don't go and do this with anyone else. Do this with people that know you really well. And just ask them, what's something that I do that you always think of me when you're struggling with something? Ask them, what's something that I've done in the past for you or for anyone around us that made you go, wow, that's really cool. That's amazing. And then sit down and ask them, when you're struggling with something, what do I help you do? What do I help you solve? All of a sudden, you get all this input from the people that know you the best because they see in you what you don't see in yourself. We have to remember that. The people that know you and the people that love you, they see in you what you don't see in yourself. What you undervalue is what they deeply value. What you take for granted is what they see as greatness. What you kind of think is normal and average, they adore about you. But you've got to let them tell you that. You've got to let them remind you of that, because otherwise you'll keep devaluing yourself.
You know what's interesting is that I remember this was like 2 years before I started the podcast. I would literally listen. I still listen to your podcast, Jay, and watch your videos and find so much inspiration from you. I didn't realize I kind of did that with you because I was very stuck. I had reached a point where I was so tired of being on planes and doing the motivational speaking at corporate events, even though I loved it. And I so wanted to get into the podcasting space. And I always know when I want something because unlike you, who is a very like loving and positive person, my signs show up as jealousy. Like, I don't have the monk version. I have the Mel Robbins version of inspiration. It's sort of in that like agitation, right? And so you have this incredible podcast, and I literally felt so jealous and excited for you, but jealous because I'm, oh, Jay's doing it. That means I can't do it. And, you know, it's already done. And since he's already doing, he does such a great job with On Purpose and the most perfect name. And, you know, there's like, you kind of see it in somebody else. And you literally said to me, Mel, you know what you should be doing? When are you going to launch a podcast? Like, you would destroy it. And so you reflected to me the thing that you saw as the next thing that made the most sense. And so I love that advice because the people who do know you well can see the things that you don't see in yourself or see the possibilities that you are actively holding yourself back from.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things that you've said that I also love is you said weak people focus on others' weaknesses. Strong people focus on their strengths. Can you unpack that?
Yeah, it actually perfectly fits with what you just said. So weak people notice other people's mistakes and laugh. Strong people notice other people's mistakes and learn. Weak people talk about other people's problems to feel better. Strong people talk about other people's problems to become better. Weak people gossip about others to build fake connections. Strong people express vulnerability to build real ones. And this one's the kicker that you were just talking about. Weak people envy people ahead of them. Strong people study people ahead of them. And the interesting thing is, both people are looking at the same thing, but they're seeing different things. Because no one is a weak or strong person. It's just what you focus on. And that's what I want people to realize. There's a switch. The switch for envy is study. If you're jealous of someone, if you're envious of someone, study them. And I know we've had so many conversations where we've both taught each other so much stuff. You've always been so kind to share so many insights and lessons. I know I've done the same with you. That's what we do. We study each other. And all of a sudden, that envy turns into appreciation, admiration, just complete awe. Because you're like, now I know what it takes, right? I remember when I used to see Cristiano Ronaldo, who I'm a huge fan of, and I've been a fan of him ever since he was 17 years old. And so I must have been like 14 or something like that when I started following him. This is 20 years ago now you're talking about, more than that. And you look at him and you think, oh my God, like look how he looks, look how he plays, everything else. The moment you start studying his routine, you realize what it actually takes. Someone can sit there and envy and be jealous of his life, which is natural, by the way. And I don't want to make that seem like a bad thing. But you turn jealousy into study. You turn envy into study, and all of a sudden, it's your best friend. Envy can be your best friend if you just replace it for study.
100%.
Yeah.
I love that. And that's exactly what I did. The thing that's interesting is that, you know, the reason why I wanted to highlight that jealousy can be a useful tool.
Yes.
Jealousy for me is very different than envy, because when I would look at you, I would never envy you like you don't deserve that. Jealousy for me is this deep stirring, because it's impossible to be jealous of something that's not meant for you.
Yes.
And so I've never been jealous of anybody who drives a Lamborghini. I've never been jealous of anybody that lives in a penthouse apartment.
Yeah.
I've never been, you know what I'm saying? Like
Yes,
I
yes.
don't want those things.
Yes.
But there was something about the way that you took something that energizes you, learning, connection, purpose, and you created a business that was in service to others around the things that energize you. And that's what was, I think, ultimately the thing that was stirring something in me. And that's a super, super useful tool. But the other thing I wanted to validate is that the second I said, I'm going to walk toward this thing, I'm going to figure this out, I spent 2 years studying you, talking to you, and that piece of allowing yourself, and it goes back to what you said about the experiment, learn, reflect. And part of reflecting is experiment with something. I was a student for 2 years. There's a reason why we came out of the gate and launched 2 episodes a week. It's because I learned from you that if you do want to have a successful show, you have to do at least that many episodes. And so the learning part and the studying others and allowing others to lead the way and to show you and to truly flip envy into learning from somebody, that is worth $100 million in your life, to understand that everybody that is out in the world right now is somebody that you can learn from. It's just unbelievable. And so thank you for sharing that. And, you know, there's another quote that you have that I absolutely love, Jay. We judge others by their actions, but ourselves by our intentions. What does that mean?
This is something that actually my monk teachers used to repeat to us a lot. And it's a reality check that's a bit of a punch in the gut. So we judge ourselves by our intentions, and we judge other people by their actions. So if we feel our intention was good, we feel we're good people. But if someone has a bad action, we feel they're bad people. Whereas what we should be doing is allowing other people to be judged also for their intentions and their actions. So it's a plea, a proposal, a pledge to say, before you judge someone, before you put someone in a box, please learn what their intention was. Because often you'll find that their intention probably wasn't as malicious as you think. It wasn't as manipulative as you think. It wasn't as crazy as you think. It was the same as yours. They too had good intentions. They also got into it with good intentions. But we judge ourselves by our intentions, so we think we're good people. And we judge other people by their actions, and so we think they're bad people. If I made a mistake and you judge me for my action, all of a sudden you've labeled me. But my intention was so pure and so genuine. I'll give you an example of something that happened recently to me that I feel really, really applies to this. And I was doing something with a friend, and we did a podcast together, and I was traveling on the road or whatever, and I didn't post something about it. And my friend messaged me and was just feeling really upset that I hadn't supported them, that I hadn't noticed them, that I hadn't recognized them. And now we're really good friends, so they were able to vocalize it to me.
Right.
But if we weren't, they would have immediately judged and thought that I had some ulterior motive or some agenda. And the truth is, I'm so disconnected from my social media in the sense that I don't post. I'm not there. I'm on the road. I try and stay off my phone for most of the day. And all of a sudden, I was thinking, wait a minute, if they judge me for my action, it looks like I don't care about them. It looks like I don't value them. It looks like this isn't important to me. But my intention was, I love you. You're one of my favorite people. I'm here to help you in whatever way possible. And I just think about the amount of friendships we'd save, the amount of relationships we'd save if we just learned to judge people for their intentions, not their actions.
Do you have like a little trick? Because my like emotions
Yes.
and pettiness can just flood me. Like I've never had training as a monk, Jay. So I would imagine like your sort of engine doesn't rev as high as mine, but it is so easy
Yeah.
to see friends out
Yeah.
together and then immediately judge them for their actions, that they're excluding you, that they must be talking about you, that now they're closer than you are to them, that it means something, it means you did something. And then, of course, you respond to all of that emotion. We are so fast to assume. Is there anything that you do or that you recommend that people do?
Mel, there's this thing, I don't know if you've heard of it. It's called the let them theory.
Jay?
Sorry, I had to. I was waiting for you to, which is really good. There's let them and then let me in it, and it works perfectly, which I genuinely believe. It's amazing. But to answer your question, I'll be honest with you. When it's people that I know, I tell them. I really believe it's important to tell people. I check in with them. I ask them. Because if I know you, if our relationship means I can't ask you the question, then it's a weak relationship. If I ask you the question and we have a great conversation, now our relationship is strengthened by it. We actually got closer. A hard conversation should make you closer to the person. A hard conversation should not make you further away from them.
Say that again, Jay.
If you love someone and they say they love you, a hard conversation should bring you closer together. A hard conversation should not push you away from each other. If you're scared to have a hard conversation with someone you love, that means you're not that close.
Dude,
Because
right,
if you-
I think those are the hardest people to talk to, though.
Yeah, but that should be the easiest person to talk to because you should be able to have a safe space to raise it. And so if I'm close to someone, if it was me and you, I would call you up. And I actually trust we'd have a great conversation because of it. I know that. I actually believe that if we ever had anything like that, which we haven't, and I would call you. But what I find is if you can't call the person, I would just think about, this is the second part of that statement. My monk teachers would always say, instead of judging people by their actions, judge them by their intentions, and judge yourself by your actions, not your intentions.
Oh,
Think a minute, if someone judged me for that, I'd feel pretty bad about it. That doesn't define me. That's not who I am. And all of a sudden, when you have that reflection, it flips the entire statement. Wait a minute, that can't be who I am, and that's not who they are.
amazing. Here's another thing that you said recently, Jay, that I love. Someone out there would love to live your worst day. What does that mean?
We're really quick to forget that the day we're living today is a day we dreamed of 10 years ago. Maybe not in a complete picture. Maybe you have the family you always wished for. Maybe you're on the career path that you've worked really hard for. Maybe you're sitting in the home that you couldn't even have imagined living in. But there's a part of your life that is exactly the life that you wanted. Not all of it, but there's a part of it. And when you forget that, you lose out on recognizing you're already living in the dream and that you already have the power to create that future dream because you've already done it once. So you have to remember that where you are today is what you wanted yesterday. And what you want today, you can create tomorrow because you've already done it once. But we forget it so quickly. I have to remind myself all the time, Mel. I was driving to one of my friends' homes the other day. And this is a friend that I used to grow up watching on television, watching their movies, listening to their music. And they've become one of my closest friends in life. And I had to pinch myself. Now, we've been friends for like 7 years. I had to pinch myself to be like, do I know what I'm doing? Like, I have to go back to being at the beginning of that journey because otherwise you can take anything for granted. It's like you get to the top of a mountain after a long hike and you look at a view. You can get really familiar and bored of that view really, really quick unless you recognize the challenge it took, the steps you took, the person you saw on the way up. You have to sit there and remember all of that. But the memory does this weird thing where it just forgets it. As soon as you achieve something, you forget how you dreamt of achieving it. As soon as you get somewhere, you forget how once upon a time you couldn't even imagine getting there. Where you are today is what you wanted yesterday. And don't forget how you got there, because that's the hidden secret of how you get to the next place.
How do you use gratitude to lift yourself up in a moment that is extraordinarily difficult? You know, you're grieving, you're in the middle of a breakup or a divorce, you've lost your job. Is there a way to use gratitude to lift yourself up when life just really has knocked you down?
When life's knocked you down, it's hard to be grateful for the good things in your life. And it's sometimes bad advice because someone's just lost a marriage,
Yes.
lost a family member,
Yes.
whatever it may be.
So there's the time for grieving, of course.
Absolutely.
And that's the mentally healthy response to have
Totally.
the avalanche of emotions.
But if you're going to be grateful, you sometimes have to do a counterintuitive practice. Instead of being grateful for what you have, think about how your life would be without something. I find that to be the greatest thing for gratitude. If I try and be grateful for something that I've had for a long time, I may get bored of it, I may be familiar with it. But if I ask myself, what would my life be without that? Oh my gosh, all of a sudden, I'm so grateful. What would my life be without? Have you ever had it where you just like hurt your little finger or like get a little cut and now you can't use a finger or you can't use a thumb and all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, I'm so grateful for my hand because what would my life be like without it? This is the way we have to trick our mind. Humans are better at noticing something when it's about to go away. We always hear the phrase, you don't know what you've got until it's gone. So we have to use that in our favor to think, not what do I have that I'm so grateful for? What could I not live without?
That is life-changing. I've never actually thought about it like that. I was sitting there the moment you said it, and I thought, how would I feel if Jay wasn't in my life? And I'm grateful for you, but the second I envision you, sorry, Jay, evaporating and not knowing you as a friend, it's like it 10x'd it. And even the example of, you know, you said the finger, like I was in the hotel the other night and I was walking to the bathroom, of course, as a 56-year-old woman at 3:00 in the morning, and I hit my toe on the bed frame. You ever done that? You're like,
all the time.
and it feels like you've ripped it off your foot. It's amazing to me that my experience of that is, you know, screaming in agony and then thinking, how can something so little hurt so much? And your reframe is, imagine my life without my foot and the gratitude that floods you. I mean, that's incredible, Jay.
It really works. It really works.
really
and it's so
works.
simple. And you know, you can apply it to small and big things. But even I was thinking, as you were saying, friendship, I was thinking about our friend Dave Hollis.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, I know you spoke at his funeral and I sadly couldn't be there, but as I'm thinking about it, I'm like, I was grateful for Dave. I actually had some really beautiful interactions with Dave.
Same.
I really did. He was a wonderful man. But it's only when you sadly lose someone that you really recognize, wait a minute, I can't call them again. I'm not going to get a call from him again. I'm not going to see him at our next get together. And then all of a sudden, and so like, do that while people are here. And it's not a fear thing. It's a gratitude thing, right? It's not like I'm living in fear of what if I lose this person. You're asking yourself, what would my life be without this? Oh my gosh, I'm so glad I have it. I'm so grateful I have it. I'm so lucky and fortunate I get to have this. That's what you're fueling your life with, not with fear.
I want to thank you for that, because especially that last part about you can actually kind of do things out of fear, or you can have the fuel and the energizing source of it be gratitude. And I'll give you an example.
Please.
So my dad is 80 years old. And I think a lot about the fact that if I'm lucky, I'm going to get 10 more, maybe 15 more if I'm crazy lucky. Holidays with him, birthdays with him. And I realize as I'm listening to you that I've been coming from this sense of fear, because there's this sense like, I got to make the most of the time that I have while I have the time. And I can take what you just shared and say, I am so grateful that he's here,
Yes.
that I want to make use of the time that I have while he's here, which is a very different energy to ground yourself in.
You're so right. You're spot on. It's this idea of having the full picture.
Talk more about that. What do you
Yeah.
mean?
And I want to approach it from a really interesting take. And it comes from what we were talking about a few seconds ago around comparison. So Mel, there's only really, apart from what we said about how to turn jealousy, which I love, there's really only one way to overcome comparison. And it's having the full picture of the person you compare yourself to. You've got to know what's happening behind their perfect Instagram posts. Do you know how many times they cried themselves to sleep this week? Do you know the argument they just had with their mum last night? Do you know the challenge they're going through with their kids right now? Do you know about the family member who has an illness? All of a sudden, when you actually get the full picture on someone's life, you now don't compare yourself to them because you realize no one's life is perfect. They're just better at cropping out the pain. They're just better at editing out the parts that they don't want you to see. But when you see what someone's really going through, all of a sudden you won't compare it anymore because you recognize everyone's going through something difficult.
Jay, another thing that you remind us all that I just love is that bad times reveal who the great people are in your life.
Do people show up for you when you're going through a bad day? Are people present for your good days, but absent for your bad days? Do people turn up, call, check in when things are going wrong? Does someone see the best in you when you're your worst self? Does someone see the good in you when you might be having a bad day? That person is more special than anyone you'll ever meet. So keep them close. Don't run the risk of pushing them away, losing them, taking them for granted, because one day you'll wish that they'll call and check in. And you might have lost them by then. So the bad times in our life genuinely show us the great people, because it's at that point that you're hard to support, you're hard to love, you're hard to give energy to. It might not be popular to be your friend, what does that prove? It proves that person values you more than popularity. It proves that person values you more than their reputation. It proves that that person values you more than all the stress. That is the most special person you'll ever meet. And everyone has at least one of them. But the problem is we want attention from these people, so we lose affection from these people.
It's so true. You're really good at that. You're really good at showing up for your friends.
It's because people have shown up for me. That's the reality of it. I'm good at showing up for people because people have shown up for me. And it's not always the same people. That's the mistake we make. We think that the people we show up for should be the people that show up back for us.
Oh, say more about that.
So we believe that when we show up for someone, they should show up for us. We want people to love us in the same way we love them. But people won't love you the way you love them. And that's okay, because there's someone over here who's showing up for you and you're missing out on them. There's someone over here who's turning up for you, who's checking in on you. I remember saying to my monk teacher, I said, I feel like I give so much love to others. I said, I feel like I show up so much for other people, but they don't show up for me. What do I do? And he said, love is like a circle. Whatever love you give out will always come back to you, but it might just not be from those people you gave it to in the first place. But if you spend your whole life wondering why that person doesn't give you love back, you're ignoring all these people over here who give you love all the time. So turn around, look around you. There is someone who's showing up for you, turning up for you, checking in with you, even when you don't acknowledge them. And start looking towards that person and giving them some respect.
I want to dig deeper into that.
Yeah, please.
Because I feel like relationships have become extremely transactional.
Mm-hmm.
If I check in on you, you got to check in on me. That's the sign that you care. And I love what you just said, that there are going to be times where you show up for people and they're not going to show up for you either because they can't, or they don't know what's going on, or they got other things going on, or they're not actually the right person to support you right now. And them showing up feels more like is going to feel more like a burden. And so maybe that's also, spiritually speaking, why they're not showing up. And I love the fact that if you think about love like a circle and you show up because that's who you are. And in those moments when you need support, recognize that there actually are people around you trying to support you, or that are capable of it if you simply let them know that you need it. That's a completely different way to think about things, because we keep score in relationships. And that if I'm the one that's always reaching out to my siblings, that if they don't reach back to me, that it means they don't care. And sometimes it actually just means that's not how they express their love.
Yes.
And that the thing that you're seeking from them actually is going to come from a friend. And if you're keeping score in your relationships, you're actually the one that's going to destroy them.
Yes.
Can you dig into that with me,
Wow,
Jay?
that's powerful, Mel. I love what you're saying, and it's so true. It's the first thing we have to ask ourselves is, did I show up for you, or did I show up for you, for me?
What do you mean?
If I'm showing up for you, then I don't need you to show up back for me. But if I showed up to prove to you that I showed up, now I need you to show up back for me to prove to me that I did the right thing. It's almost like an insecurity of I'm doing it because I expect you to do it back, which is what you said at the beginning. It's transactional. If I do something for you and I don't expect anything back, that's called love. If I do something for you and I expect it back, that's called a transaction. That's business. That's a contract. I don't want to have a contract with someone I love. So why would I be measuring them based on how they do the exact same thing back for me? If you think about that, let's say, Mel, I organized your birthday party because I love organizing birthday parties. Does that mean you have to organize my birthday party to show me you love me equally? What if you didn't organize my birthday party, but you called me when I had a really tough day at work and you checked in with me and gave me some great wisdom and insight? Is that equal? Or actually, do I see that as not equal because you didn't spend 7 days or 7 months planning an event for me? Now, are we counting time or are we measuring emotion? How do you value two? I can't value you based on the hours you put into our friendship. Let's say that I was struggling something and you sent me a text. But when you were struggling, I called you up. Does that mean I care more about you? Or was that text just perfect for what I needed? We're measuring these very immeasurable things. Are we counting days, hours, months, emotions, laughs? What are you going to keep a score on? And so I think we're keeping a score on things that you can't measure. And this is one of the limits I have with the love languages. I actually don't want you to love me the way I want to be loved.
What do you mean by that?
I believe that if I want you to love me exactly the way I want to be loved, I'm actually limiting how much you can love me. Because you have something to offer me that is different to what I even know I can receive. So if I say to you, Mel, the only way you can show me love is gifts, because that's what blows my mind. That's great. I do like gifts. But guess what? What if your best way to offer love is acts of service? What if your best way of love is quality time? Now I'm going to miss out on the greatness you have to offer me because I'm going to say, I only want you to give me this. What if you wanted to give me the world? And I said, just give me a gift. So I'm limiting how much love. So when love matures, I think when love is young, it's a great principle. But when love matures, and by the way, me and Radhi have been through this. When I met Radhi, I was that guy. So I love gifts. And I had to do a lot of unpacking as to why I love gifts.
Why do you love gifts?
It's because my mom couldn't always be there for me on my birthday. We couldn't spend quality time. She was working. She was the breadwinner. But she always got me that one gift. I'd come home and the Power Ranger would be wrapped up there and I'd unwrap it and I'd have so much joy. So when I met Radhi comes from a family where quality time is the gift. They don't really give each other gifts, which to me, when I first met her, I was like, this is bizarre. Like, what is wrong with all of you? And this is ridiculous, but I remember the new iPad mini was out and I'd kind of hinted to her that I wanted this iPad mini. Anyway, I unwrapped my gift on my birthday and it's an Asus. I was like, I wanted an iPad mini. Who gets someone an Asus? And and it sounds ridiculous, but I'm telling it because of how ridiculous we can be. And she literally said to me, she was like, oh no, but I asked my family and they said this one's got better specs and it's actually better than the iPad and it's better resolution. I was like, but I wanted the iPad. And I'm telling this story because Radhi and me learned as our relationship developed that Radhi had so many beautiful ways to show me love. And she turned up in so many amazing ways. But I would ignore all of them because I didn't get a gift on my birthday or the gift I wanted on my birthday. And I think so many of us are ignoring the amazing ways our partners, our kids, our parents show up for us because they don't show up in exactly the way we want. And here's the point. No one will ever love you exactly how you want because that's your job and that's God's job. We will wish, wait, want every single week, month, and year for someone to love us in a particular exact way, and they will always fail us because that was your job. It was never theirs in the first place. That was God's job. It was never theirs in the first place. So open yourself up to the limitless love that people show up. Maybe your partner makes you coffee in the morning. Maybe they're the ones that make the bed. Maybe they're the one when you're on the road to check in with you and order something to your hotel room. Maybe they're the one that reminds you that you forgot your glasses or your wallet. Maybe they're the one that remembers to put the dishes away. Whatever it is, they're doing something and it's love. They may not say I love you. It may not look like I love you, but it is. And by the way, when you tell them, hey, you didn't get me this one thing or you didn't say this one thing, they're thinking, how did you miss all of the other things? And guess what? You discourage them from loving you. You don't encourage someone to love you by telling them you're disappointed. No one's going to give you more because you made them feel bad. People love you more when they see you noticed all the little things they did. And all of a sudden they feel inspired to give you more.
Jay, it really, as I was listening to you, I was first of all thinking about what an asshole I am in my marriage. So thanks a lot.
We love you, Chris.
Because I so saw myself, right? And then,
Me too, by the way.
yeah, and then something extraordinary happened as I was listening to you. And that is, what a shame that most of us are so busy looking for the one way we expect to be loved that we miss all of the love that is around us and available to us that we don't let in. And what an opportunity to have a shift and really change the way that you see life, you see relationships, and what you open yourself up to. If there's one thing from that perspective and what you learned about yourself and what you learned about what's possible, that being loved the way you want to be loved is your job. It's God's job. It's the universe's job. It's not somebody else's job. And I would say learning how to allow in other people's expression of love is a huge opportunity for you, whether it's your friends, whether it's your parents, whether it's, your kids, your partner, everybody. Like, how do you do that? Especially if you've been a first-class asshole like me and you've just been like, you didn't do it this way. And I thought, nobody texted me on the thing and nobody checked in on, we're so focused on what's not happening that you're blocking what actually is. And then you just keep preventing it from being an experience that's available to you right now.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And by the way, I feel the same way too. It took me so many years of unpacking to understand why I was so fixated. But the way I think about it is the person that texts you when they don't want anything, don't forget that person. The person who calls you when they don't need anything, don't forget that person. The person who comes over and swings by just to chat, even when you're busy. Don't forget that person. The person who walks in and remembered that you had something happening at work or something happening in your home or something happening in your life. Don't forget that person. We do it by starting to recognize those people in our life that are not big and crazy, but they're consistent. The consistent people in our life are the people that are forgotten. The people who've become like furniture. The people who've become so familiar. But guess what? They were the people that texted you when they needed nothing. They're the people that called you when they wanted nothing. They're the people that checked in with you with no transaction required. Take a moment to just think of that person and message them now, and don't ask for anything. Just tell them. Tell them how you feel. Message them and say, thank you so much for showing up for me when you didn't want anything in return. Thank you so much for checking in with me when you got nothing out of it. Acknowledge them for that, because we have to start noticing it. We have to start noticing it. It's so easy. And this is why I have this habit that whenever I think of someone, I send them a message. Whatever my thought may be, I'll send them a message. And the message will just say, thinking of you, Mel, sending you lots of love. And I do it all the time. The amount of times in the last month that that person has responded to me immediately and said, I was just talking about you. I was just thinking about you. Oh my gosh, I was just sharing something you put online or shared on Instagram or whatever it may have been. The amount of times that's happened is truly blowing my mind. And I've realized, because we all have this sense, you and I, all of us, everyone who's listening and watching right now has this intuition when someone needs us. But we're scared. We're scared to message with no reason. We're scared we might be disrupting someone or they're too busy. We're scared, but no, that's what that person wants. That person wants you to just send love when they're busy. That person wants you to say hello when they're having a crazy day, because guess what? You're the only person doing that. Everyone else is asking for something or wants something from them. The best time to message someone is when you don't want anything.
You actually talk about this a lot online, the power of calling somebody, the power of texting somebody, and how much we underestimate this small action. And you also said that we have this amazing sense to sense when somebody needs you. And what I would ask us all to consider is that the people that you care about always need you.
Mm-hmm.
And that check-in is you doing something that we all need, which is this small act of loving somebody and seeing them and just saying, I have you in mind. One of the reasons why I always tell the person who's listening that I love them is because I think we just vastly inflate what that word actually means. And to me, when you look at the word love, it's two things. It's you admire something in someone else, some quality, some characteristic, something about them, and you consider them, you have them in mind.
Mm.
And if you admire somebody, something about their values, something about how they show up in life, something about who they are, what they mean to you, and you have them in mind, to your point, sending a text just to say, I was just thinking about you, or making somebody a cup of coffee with the cashew milk because that's what they care about. That's actually an act of love.
It is.
And if we go all the way back to the janitors in the hospital who say that they are healers because they believe that having a clean space for families to gather, for people to heal, is a sacred thing to do for the healing process, then you are demonstrating an act of love.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think about love?
How do I think about love? Such a beautiful and big question.
Because I feel like, we're coming out of this conversation about how we block it. Because we're expecting it to be expressed in a certain way. And that it is all around you. And you're a person in my life that you show up that way. I mean, there's what you do, which is your job. And the things that you are doing that is in service of the world, but it's not who you are. And my experience of you is somebody who is the expression of love.
Thank you. You're so sweet. That touches my heart. I think what you just said there is even more interesting about blocking love. If you still see your mom calling, that's a blessing. If you still see your dad's name on your phone, sending you a text, that's a blessing. 10 years from now, you're not going to remember the meeting you were in. 20 years from now, you're not going to remember the task you were doing. That's how we block love. We block love because when it's coming in, when it's coming freely, when it's coming unlimitedly, we don't know how to hold on to it. There's this beautiful poem from India that says, when God wants to give us something, how much can these two little hands hold on to? And when things are taken away from us, how much can these two little hands hold on to? And it's this beautiful idea of God's ever-flowing love that's unlimitedly there, and we can just try catch and hold whatever we can. And at the same time, when something's going away, there's an insignificance that we have where we can't hold on to it anymore. So what do? We pick up the call. We return it. We message back. We don't block it by saying, oh, they just keep connecting. Oh, that person just keeps calling. Oh, that person just... The amount of people that are blocking love because they're thinking that person's needy, or that person's desperate, or that person's not cool enough to be my friend, or that person's not interesting enough to be my friend. I know so many people today that are leaving friendships and relationships behind because the person's not cool enough, smart enough, talented enough, whatever it is. Because when someone shows and wears their heart on their sleeve, we see that as a weakness. We believe that love is chasing someone rather than wanting someone who never wants to leave. We would rather chase, pursue, and court someone because we believe that love has to be earned rather than receive it freely from all of these people around us who are giving it to us unlimitedly because we think that love is valuable if it's rare. We believe that love is valuable if it's given in small doses. If someone's holding it back a little, it feels like power. And that feels like love to us. But that's not love, it's control. That's not love, it's manipulation. That's not a partnership, it's ownership. So if you're looking for a relationship, love should just flow freely. Love is not measured, it's not calculated, it's not counted, it's not some algorithm, it's not a number, it's completely a free-flowing energetic force. And it is in your life, it is flowing within you, you are made of it. You are actually made of it, and it is flowing freely within you, to you at all times. It's why you are alive. But if you block it, it's like when the sun's out and you turn the blinds down. The sun is freely showering its rays onto every single home. The sun does not discriminate. The sun will freely give its sun to everyone. But if you put the shades down, you're blocking it. Don't do that.
There's so many people that feel isolated and lonely, Jay. If somebody's listening and they're like, the shades are down, Jay, and there aren't people in my life, what is one thing somebody can do that recognizes that the shades are drawn for whatever reason? How do you start to crank it back up and let all of that is available to you, friendship, love, connection, possibility, hope, all of it? What's one thing that somebody could do?
Be that person. Be the person to text someone love. Be the person to call in and check in on someone, even if they don't check in on you. Be the person who goes and helps someone with their groceries because they need it. Be the person who goes and gives love to others, even if they're not feeling it back. Because that's the beautiful thing about love. Love is not only experienced in receiving, it's experienced in giving. That's the most phenomenal thing about love, is that when you're giving someone something special, you feel love just as much as they do. Sometimes we feel it even more than when we're receiving something, right? There's this feeling of when you've done something for someone you love, there's a joy in it. You think about it. You said you love gardening. Gardening is the best analogy for this. There is no rose in the world that grows the day you plant the seed. There is no plant in the world that grows the day you plant the seed. It takes months, sometimes even years, for a tree to have a beautiful fruit or a beautiful flower. And it takes a particular season. Now, if you planted that seed and said, why don't I have a fruit today? It wouldn't make sense. I'd look at you like you're crazy. But that's what we do in love. We plant the seed today and we want the fruit, the flower, and the shade today. And the deepest form of love is something that Emerson said, plant trees under whose shade you do not plan to sit. And that's what you do. You are helping so many people that you probably don't even know. Hopefully they'll get to meet you one day and tell you, Mel, I really hope that you get to hear it. But there'll be so many people who never do. But you're not doing it for that. You're doing it because you're happy for trees to just exist so that other people can get fruits and flowers and shade. So let's not sit here and plant the seed today and expect to eat the fruit today. It doesn't work that way. Plant the seed and keep planting the seeds. And you will find decades from now, there'll be someone who comes to you 25 years from now and says, you did this one thing. I love calling my teachers. I love calling old teachers. I'm really good friends with all the schools I went to. I love calling professors, teachers, talking about them in interviews, making them feel really embarrassed, and just saying how much they changed my life and how much I love them. Because I don't think they knew that then. At that time, I was just a teenager who had teenage issues and didn't care about teachers and probably, whatever. I was just a kid. Now when I look back, I'm like, that teacher changed my life. Let me tell them. And that's a seed that they planted all those years ago. So live for that. Let's live for that. Let's not live for this instant, immediate love.
Who is a teacher from when you were little?
Oh, gosh. There's a couple. So there's two that come to mind as soon as you say that. One is Mr. Buckeridge, who was my art teacher. And I loved art at school. And actually, when I was 11 years old, my favorite subject was math and my least favorite subject was art. And when I went to high school, my favorite subject was art and my least favorite subject was math. And art I fell in love with because of this teacher. There was something beautiful he taught me, and I really owe this to him. Every time I presented a piece of work, he'd say to me, why did you do it? And at that time, I didn't have an answer. I just did it because it looked good. It looked cool. My answer was that basic. Yeah, they look good together. The colors match. Oh, this looks cool. It looks trendy. And he'd never be satisfied with that. He'd say, why did you do it? And he kept asking me that. And in the beginning, it would annoy me. It would annoy me so much. It'd be like, God, come on, it looks good. Who cares? Just give me an A. Like, you like the look of it. He loved how it looked, but he wasn't satisfied with that. He'd say, why? I believe he's the reason I became such an intentional person. Because he didn't allow me to place one color or dot or shape next to something else if I could not explain why. So today, if you come to my home, you come to my space, everything from the moment I wake up to what I see, to which book is by my bedside, to what quote is next to my work desk, everything is meticulously, intentionally planned out because he never allowed me space to just do something because it looked good. And that is the biggest gift he's given me because my life is so intentional. And he gave me that. He was an art teacher. I didn't know that at 11 to 18 when he was my teacher, but I look back and I know it now.
Oh my God. You're making me think of a teacher that I wish was still with us. He was my middle school and high school math teacher. I loved math. Mr. Core, Glenn Core, he was a military guy, so he had a crew cut and he always wore those like short sleeve collared shirts and he had the protector and the glasses and the whole thing. And God, did I love math. And he would always call people up to solve problems on the chalkboard. And I can feel him like handing the chalk to me, right? And so you would like solve the chalk things and then he'd coach you through it and then we'd talk about the problems. But he had this thing that he would do where if somebody started to struggle or get frustrated or feel really stupid, he would turn to the class and say, what do I always say? And we would all recite back perseverance wins. And he would take his chalk and he would write in all caps, perseverance wins. And they would underline it. And then he'd be like, exclamation, exclamation.
I love that.
And it's true. It like seeped into my pores. And I think more than anything else that I, yes, planted seeds, but just kept going. That perseverance wins part
I love
of just don't quit. Like that's part of it. It's just you're always, if you open yourself up to learning, to experimenting, to all of the abundance that is available to you out there, eventually it comes.
I love that. I love that.
You know,
and everyone should do that. Everyone should reach out to a teacher if they can, if that person's still alive, and just tell them, send them an email, drop them a Facebook message, DM or whatever access, call the school if you have to. Like it creates that energy in our life of gratitude and valuing people and appreciation. And it will come back. I promise you it will come back.
You could share this episode, this conversation with people that you care about and tell them how much this conversation made you think of them and realize how much you love them. Like, what a beautiful thing. You know, another beautiful thing, Jay, is that I know that as you're listening and as you've spent all this time together with Jay and I today, you're thinking, God, I wish I could meet Jay. And you're going on tour.
I am so excited.
Tell me about it. What are you doing?
I have never, ever. So I went on a world tour 2 years ago.
But that was for a book.
Right. This is the first time ever that we're taking the On Purpose podcast on tour. And I promise you, the insights that we're going to share, the wisdom that's going to be shared on this tour has not been shared in any book, on any podcast. It's so fresh. And you're going to get to see, the best part about it is you're going to get to see me and my friends, people that I know deeply on stage, 15 guests in 15 cities, different guests, just have a real conversation like this. And the best part for your audience is you have kindly agreed in the craziest schedule of all time to be my guest in Boston.
That's right. Wang Theater.
Where we're at right now.
Yes,
the Wang Theater. I cannot
You better get
wait.
tickets because they're going to be gone. Like, they're probably already gone by the time you hear this.
It's amazing. So jayshetty.me/tour. We're doing 15 cities across North America to start.
You're so excited about it. Why?
I am. Because, Mel, you know, having this incredible podcast, there's an intimacy that you have with your listeners, because we know that everyone who's listening right now listens every day, every week, all year round. The connection I feel to my On Purpose community is so deep because it's all year round. It's not the same as anything else. We're in people's ears every single day, every single week. Now imagine this person's usually on a hike. All of you that are listening, you're on a hike, you're cooking, you're in the car, commuting to work, you're maybe at work, you're at the gym, you're walking your dog.
Yep.
Now we get to be in the same place at the same time, in person. And on top of that, you're now surrounded by people who do the same thing as you. So my favorite thing is not even just what we're going to do on stage. It's the fact that people are going to walk out there as friends. People are going to walk out there connected to people that they've maybe never met. I think people are going to walk out there with a future wife or husband or partner because that person is doing the same thing you're doing. The collective consciousness of a space like that is unheard of. There's very few places that people gather today with the same exact intention in person. It used to be there. It doesn't exist anymore. You go to a coffee shop, everyone's there for different reasons. Someone's working, someone's wasting some time, someone's starting their day, someone's ending their day. There's not a collective consciousness. You go to an office, some people are working from home, some people work from there, some people are there to pay the bills, some people are there because they're excited. Different consciousness. Everyone who listens to the Mel Robbins podcast or to On Purpose is committed to learning, listening, and growing, and committed to health, happiness, and healing. The energy in that room, there's no other place you can go to that feels that way. It doesn't exist. It's really, really special. That's why I'm so excited, because Collective consciousness doesn't work like that anymore. You know, in the past, there's something beautiful that I'm writing about for my next book. It's called the third space theory. This idea that a few decades ago, we all had three spaces that we lived in. One was home, one was work, and one was church. There was a place that you called home, where you felt very safe and comfortable. There was a place that you called work, which was very productive and effective. And then there was a place that gave you the vision to reflect back on who you were at home and who you were at work and how you could be better. Slowly, as time went on, that third space disappeared. So we had home and we had work. Because of the pandemic, work disappeared. So now we only have home. So at home, we eat where we're meant to sleep, we sleep where we're meant to work, and we work where we're meant to eat. The energy of home has become so complicated that we don't know how to find a productive energy, how to find a connected energy, how to find a safe, calm energy. We've lost that. Podcasts are the new third space. That's where people are gathering. But what if we can turn that into a place, a physical space where you can gather, where people come to listen, learn, to reflect back on their life, to want to be better, to support each other. And so there's such a need for us to do these things. And I'm so glad you're going on tour. People can come and see you as well. It's just, it's so needed right now.
I love how you just laid that out. It's true. It's like the three legs of the stool, two of them are gone.
Yeah.
It's why everybody's so wobbly and trying to find their balance. And, you know, I'm also excited because when you have these conversations, I always think about that I'm taking a walk with you as you're listening. And that today we have invited my dear friend Jay Shetty on this metaphorical walk together on the road of life. And, you know, I was curious, Jay, you've shared so much, you've poured into us with such just grace and wisdom. And, you know, I knew this was going to be extraordinary. I am just blown away by the impact that this will make in the person's life who's listening, the impact it's made in my life, how it has truly brought us closer. I'm so excited for all the things that you're working on. If there was one thing that you want the person who's listening to do, just one thing, the most important thing to really focus on, coming out of just how generous you have been with all of us. What is the one thing today?
The one thing is, if you're feeling stuck, I want you to ask yourself one question. Life can either be a school, a hospital, a movie, or a mountain. Ask yourself, if life feels like a school right now, what do I need to learn? Because the same lessons will keep repeating until we learn them. If you're feeling like you're caught in a spiral of the same thing after the same thing, life is trying to teach you something. Go to the school of life. Sometimes life feels like a hospital. There's something to heal. If you feel in pain, if you feel held back, if you feel like you're not strong enough yet to go out there and go after something, ask yourself, what do I need to heal? And start healing. Sometimes life feels like a movie. Everything's kind of going in a great direction. Pause and ask yourself, what do I need to experience? Because this experience will also dissipate and disappear. Let me really experience it. And finally, for those who are already on their path, life can feel like a mountain. Ask yourself, what do I need to climb? What skill do I need to learn to climb better? You're stuck because you haven't figured out whether life is a school, a hospital, a movie, or a mountain. And as soon as you see the patterns, are you being questioned again and again to learn something? Are you being challenged again and again to learn something? Are you just feeling so much pain that you can't even bear the burden to move forward? Then it's all about healing. Are you living at the top of the world, but time feels like it's moving too fast? Immerse in that experience. And if you're building right now, build that skill so you can climb higher and faster.
You know, as you're listening, I want to point out something that just happened. You probably saw it if you're watching on YouTube. As Jay just shared that with you, what has been a wildly dreary and ugly day here in Boston shifted, and sunlight came streaming in and lit you up like a spotlight from above. Did you feel that?
You know what? You're more present than I am. I was so locked in. I didn't feel it until you said it. And I looked over and I'm like, wow, it shows how present you are. That's beautiful. I love that.
Well, I was hanging on every word and I realized I'm in the movie. And I really want to be present and experience it. Jay Shetty, what are your parting words, my friend?
My parting words, I'm so grateful to you, Mel. You know, I'm so grateful to you because you've just done this for so many years and given your heart, and you are receiving everything that you deserve. Everything that you're getting, you deserve so deeply. And it is so beautiful to witness your friends being honored and being adored and being loved, because there's a sense that I know we both always have, that to shift the world, it's going to take a lot of us, and we're going to have to work together. And what I love about you is that you are always spotlighting your friends. You're always showing up for your friends. You're always supporting your friends behind the scenes and on camera. And I'm just so grateful that you made time for me today. I always say to people, my public life is amazing, but my private life is better. And my private life is better because of people like you. Because we get to have genuine relationships, sincere, deep, real relationships for years offline. And they support everything online. If someone's online life is better than their offline life, that's a really hard place to live. And I'm so grateful that because of friends like you, I get to say the opposite.
Well, Jay, I think when things feel dark, the job in life is to glow. And you've definitely taught me how to do that. Thank you.
I want to give you a big hug.
I want to give you a big hug too. I love you.
I love you too.
Really, really love you.
Yeah, and thank you to all of you as well. Like, just all of you that are listening and watching right now, you're already on the path. The fact that you're listening to Mel, this is the path. You don't have to start something new. You don't have to suddenly figure it out. You are figuring it out. That's why you're here. So please feel encouraged and fueled and connected, knowing that you've already committed. You're already showing up for yourself. You've already invested in yourself. The fact that you're here proves that you're already living the world that you want to live in. So don't feel like you've got to start something, figure it out, like that you're stuck. You're already not stuck. You're already moving. If you were stuck, you wouldn't be here. See that as building momentum and keep showing up.
Jay, thank you, thank you, thank you. I also want to thank you for listening and watching all the way to the end. And what I'm really excited about is I agree with you, Jay, that you're already moving in the right direction. And everything that Jay poured into you and into me today, as the sun is even getting brighter in here in our studios in Boston, is how you turn on that switch and you actually tap into not only the light that's inside you, but you also, we talked a lot about receiving. That is a skill that I had to learn. And when you focus on noticing what's around you and allowing it in, you will feel more loved. You will feel better. I just so believe that. And I wanted to tell you, in case no one else does, that I love you and I believe in you and I believe in your ability to create a better life. And there is no doubt in my mind that based on everything that Jay just poured into you, you actually will. Alrighty, I'll see you in a few days. I'll be waiting to welcome you in to the very next episode the moment you hit play. I'll see you there. You're definitely going to love this one, and I'm going to be waiting to welcome you into it the moment you hit play. I'll see you there.
There's some research that finds that 40% of adults don't have a best friend.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
I think it's because
You found that there's this framework. There are 3 affinities, you call them, that are necessary parts of female friendship.
I saw the same three things keep popping up in terms of what women highly prioritize in their friendships and what makes them close. And so those three things are, I think this conversation is important for the person who finds themselves about to grow cold or cynical to friendship itself. Because when we talk about from an aerial view, needing more trust and community from a larger perspective, it starts right here.
Hey, it's your friend Mel. I'm so fired up that you're here. Welcome to the Mel Robbins podcast. I'm so excited about our topic. I'm so excited that you're here with me. It's always an honor to spend time with you and to be together. And if you're a new listener, I want to take a moment and welcome you to the Mel Robbins podcast family. I'm so glad you're here. And because you made the time to listen to this particular episode, here's what I know about you. First of all, you probably don't have a lot of time, but the fact that you found time and made it to listen to this means you value yourself and you also want friendship. And I got to tell you something. If you're here listening to this because someone forwarded this to you, you know what that tells me? It tells me that you have people in your life that really love and care about you. And the person who sent this to you, they did it because they want to be closer to you and they want you to feel empowered in your life. And you know what? That is exactly what a good friend does. And this is a really important area of my life, friendship and friendship with other women, that I've gotten wrong for a very long time. I've also gotten it wrong as a mom, as I was trying to counsel my daughters through those really traumatic things that can happen in middle school and high school. And then I read a copy of this book that I'm holding right now called Fighting for Friendship: The Science and Art of Conflict and Connecting in Women's Relationships. And I learned so much. This is the essential guidelines to creating and keeping female friendship alive in your life. So I called up the author. Her name is Danielle Bayard Jackson. She's a best-selling author. She's also the director of the Women's Relational Health Institute. She lectures around the United States on the topic of friendship, and she is here today to take away the mystery and the drama and break down why female friendship matters. She's going to share the unspoken challenges of female friendships, the differences between male and female friendship, how to navigate conflict and challenges, and even when you need to let go of the friendship that no longer serves you. And also, you're going to learn, how do you bring up something that bothers you? Like, how do you deal with a friend who's controlling, possessive, jealous? How do you deal with yourself when you start being like that in friendship? I know I've been that way. All of these experiences are normal. And the good news is, it's not you. You got to understand the research. And once you do, you're going to also realize there's something you can do, because you deserve amazing female friends. And today you're going to get the roadmap to creating them. So please help me welcome Danielle Bayard Jackson to the Mel Robbins podcast. So Danielle, I am so excited you're here. Welcome to the Mel Robbins podcast.
Thank you for having me. This is awesome.
Oh, I have so much to learn from you. I feel like I'm about to get a therapy session that is going to help me understand my past and struggling with female friendship. And as a mom, watching my daughters struggle with female friendship. And so I am just thrilled you're here. I'm thrilled to dig into your amazing book, Fighting for Our Friendships: The Science and Art of Conflict and Connection in Women's Relationships. Here's where I want to start. I'd love to have you talk to the person who is with us right now. They've either hit play on this episode and taken us on a walk, or you and I are in their car or at work or in their kitchen as they've got their earbuds in. And I'd love for you to tell the person listening what might change about their life and their friendships and how they feel about themselves if they take everything that you're about to share with us to heart and they apply it to their life.
I think that by the time they're done listening or watching it, they feel instantly more confident, less alone about any secret, private struggles that they're experiencing in their friendships. And I'm hoping that it increases their level of optimism about all that is available to them in friendship. That's what I'm really hoping for by the time that we're done with this conversation.
You know, one of the things that I felt after reading your book is I felt like I understood myself better. I felt validated and seen in terms of the struggles that I had making friends when I was in middle school and high school and college, keeping friends. And so I'm just super excited about this conversation because especially talking about that tension and frustration, that thing that we can't quite put our finger on. Why are girls mean? Why is it hard to connect with women? Why do friends come in and out of my life? Do I need to have a breakup? Like, what is up with the tension? Why do I miss people that I'm no longer friends with? I can't wait to unpack this. And where I want to start is you have such an interesting career. How on earth did you find yourself in a career where you're writing books, researching, and teaching about female friendship?
First, let me say that becoming a friendship coach was certainly not on my vision board when I was 10. Okay. Definitely something I fell into. I actually started as a high school English teacher. And so I had 10th and 12th graders who I was teaching. And I noticed that between classes and after school, the number one thing the girls wanted to talk to me about was friendship stuff. So I didn't realize that at the time I was kind of unofficially coaching them through their weird, awkward friendship drama. And so the classroom was kind of the first place where I saw how issues of connection and belonging directly impact everything else. Their attendance, because you're not even coming to school if you don't feel like you belong somewhere. Their confidence, their academic performance, their mood, all related back to whether or not they felt like they had people at school. And so I did that for about 6 years and became the academic chair. And then I left and I got into the world of public relations. And I always joke that I made the foolish mistake of thinking, I'm leaving that teenage drama behind because I'm working with adult women, And it wasn't long before I realized that despite the fact that these women were charismatic, high-achieving extroverts, they too were secretly dealing with friendship stuff. And so I just thought, wow, at every stage of womanhood, we're trying to figure out, how do I better relate to the women around me? It's not an age thing. It feels like the great equalizer. It doesn't matter your background or generation. And so for the past 7 years, I've been leveraging my background in education to study what the research has to say about women's cooperation, communication, and conflict.
So are women and men's friendships different?
They are. They are. First, I want to say, because I know when we get into like the differences between genders, we're all looking for the same thing. We all want support. We want to have a good time. We want people who offer a sense of ease to our lives. But the research continues to show that there are some differences. I think the main theme I've seen in the research is in terms of intimacy of these friendships. Very different. With women, they do experience more depth and platonic intimacy than men tend to in their same-sex friendships. Women tend to be more dyadic. So we're one-to-one, which it counts.
Wait, dyadic? What is that word?
So
you're an English teacher, so I'm going to have to be like, okay, wait, what?
So like a dyad, D-Y-A-D, dyad. So one-to-one, we tend to couple off. And that accounts for that depth we experience, right? Because we're in this private, intimate vault, the two of us. Whereas men tend to congregate in larger groups. They tend to collect a bunch of casual friendships. And when you're in a big group, it affords you a certain level of anonymity. Okay, when I've got all the guys in the room, right? Women also in our conversations, we are more likely than men to talk about things like our mental and physical health and family, things like that. That tends to center the self, those conversations. But men are more likely than women to talk about current events and sports, which decenters self. So even in our conversations, it's very intimate. And then they find that women tend to integrate their friends into their lives to the degree of a sibling, men to the degree of a cousin. And so, I'm certainly not saying that men don't also experience these deep friendships. They do, but more often than not, you'll see that with women.
You just threw so much at us based on the research that made perfect sense. And if you're listening and you're a guy and you've always wondered, why does my partner or my girlfriend have so much drama? Why did my sister have so many problems? There was so much in what you just shared with us, like even just the fact that it's true. Like if I think about my brother or my husband or my son, they do kind of just travel in groups. And like if I think about myself, it's like since the history of time, I've been searching for that best friend. I've been pairing off into one person, and I'm sure we're going to dig into this. But even just understanding that the research is really bearing out that we tend to go one-to-one and the men and boys in our life tend to operate in groups. And what you just said I thought was genius about how if you're in a group, there is a bit of an anonymity. But if you're with just one person or small groups of people that you feel this deep sense of belonging to, there's a lot more vulnerability and a lot more that seems to be at stake. I know I've certainly felt that.
Yeah, it's hard to hide when it's me and you at coffee, and it's very reciprocal. If it's just you and I, you talk, I talk. There's no confusion around whose turn it is to share. I am more deeply known here. I am more accountable here because it's me and you. And I think that's also why we kind of see that running joke, where your husband comes home from hanging out with the boys and you're like, oh my gosh, so did they have the baby? Why did they divorce? And he's like, oh, I don't know. I didn't ask, So it's like a running joke, but there's some truth to that.
Well, and you also said this thing about how male relationships, friendships tend to be more like a cousin.
Yeah.
And your relationship with the girls or women in your life is more like a sibling, and sisters fight.
That's right.
And sisters have drama.
That's right.
And yet there's a big difference between what happens with your sister and what happens when there's tension or jealousy or possessiveness with a friend. One of the things that you've researched that I'd like to start with is that you found that there's this framework. There are 3 affinities, you call them, that are necessary parts of female friendship. So can you explain that?
Yes. So I call it the 3 affinities of female friendship. And I got really excited when I found this because I started to notice that it didn't matter which discipline I was looking at, anthropology, sociology, psychology. I kept seeing these themes emerge, and I got really excited because I saw the same 3 things keep popping up in terms of what women highly prioritize in their friendships and what makes them close. And by extension, if these 3 things are not there, it's probably the reason why there's a little tension, a little conflict. And so those 3 things are symmetry, support, and secrecy.
Symmetry, support, and secrecy.
Yes. So with symmetry, women really value these feelings of sameness and balance and reciprocity and egalitarianism. Okay, where we're all equal. We're the same. You are me. Even if you go to a bar and you see women talking, you're overhearing them say, me too. Oh my God, same. Me too. So thriving on that, I am you, you are me. And then when that symmetry shifts, or we start to sense like, oh, we're on different paths, or she's maybe not like me, that tension of we're not in the same lane, what's going on here? So symmetry is really powerful. And that egalitarianism piece and symmetry, feeling like equals. So if you have a woman who you feel like she's starting to be judgy about your parenting or your business choices, the undertone or the subtext there is that her choices are better, are superior, right? She's coaching you or talking down to you because we're the same, we're equals.
But does it also happen that it's not that she's necessarily talking down to you, but that you're also beating yourself up because you're like,
100%.
oh, well, she's better looking and, everybody's attracted to her, or she's getting more money than I am. And so you start to feel like not only are we not equal, but I'm now looking at you, and your example is a reason why I'm now beating myself up and feeling
100%. And so much of this is perception because maybe she's doing nothing wrong, but because of things happening in your life, you're perceiving this imbalance, right? So much of it is subjective.
That was me. I was a walking friendship red flag.
Oh, yeah?
You could have had an entire section of this book called Melanie Schneeberger, which is a mouthful of a name. That was my maiden name. I saw everybody as a threat. Like I literally don't think I had that symmetry in a lot of my friendships. And I can see how if you don't feel like we're in this together, then it would create this conflict and tension in your relationship with somebody else.
Sure, because how do I befriend the threat? That doesn't even go together. So seeing you as an extension of myself and seeing women in general as an extension of myself, I am you, you are me, you're not my competition. It directly impacts the way that we engage with our friendships. So that symmetry piece is really important. And then we have support. There's some research that tells us that the number one thing women look for in their same-sex friendships is emotional support. So that means if there's nothing else, I expect you have my back. I expect some shows of solidarity, some gestures of emotional help. What makes that tricky is we so often don't articulate what support looks like, because I think that as another woman, you ought to know. I shouldn't have to say it. That will certainly make things complicated.
Every time you say something, I'm thinking about a dynamic that's negative with a former friend or something that I did Because even when you said that sentence about support, I mean, how many times have we sat alone? And then when a friend comes to you and is like, I didn't even know you were struggling, you're like, well, you should have, you just kind of feel this sense of, well, you should have known,
Yeah.
but you never said anything.
I wonder how much of that is, how they say women have that sixth sense. If I believe it to be true, that women's intuition, which I think we do have, do I believe that you should be picking up my cues? Because we have that intuition. So should I have to say the thing? And I think a lot of us subscribe to the idea that if we are close, me having to say what I want detracts from the closeness we're supposed to have. So you just knowing it without me saying it is evidence of how much you get me. But we don't expect that in any other relational context. So it just feels really unfair that your friends should be mind readers, but everybody else, you anticipate needing to communicate what you need. And so I think if we can keep in mind that you'll never get to a point of closeness that transcends a need to communicate, you're going to have to say the thing.
Well, I also just I don't know why the word silent treatment is coming up.
Yeah.
But I feel as though if a woman feels like she's not getting the support that she deserves from another female friend, one of the go-to immature behaviors and behaviors that create conflict and tension is you withdraw.
Mm-hmm.
And in your research, did you see a lot of that, like the tendency to pull back, sort of silently expecting that somebody's then going to come and ask you what's wrong so you get the support and the attention that you want?
Oh, absolutely. Whether that's because we don't know how to articulate it, whether it's because we have this belief that I shouldn't have to say it, she ought to pick up on the cues. I do see that emotional distance followed by physical distance. I'm calling you less. I'm initiating less because I'm so turned off by that thing you failed to do. I'm now silently stacking offenses. And that's why you have so many of us who are like, I don't know, she kind of cut me off. I don't really know what I did because I'm not going to announce it. I've just been saving that up, right? And I expect that you ought to know I shouldn't have to say that. It just kind of compounds the issue when we do that.
As you're listening to Danielle right now, you're probably thinking of people in your life, friendships where this has happened, where you're recognizing that either the first affinity, which is symmetry, disappeared or something shifted it and the person no longer became same. I'm in it too. And whether you viewed them as a threat or they started talking down to you, that frenemy thing starts to come into play. And then I certainly am experiencing, as you're talking about support and the sense that, well, I'm not getting the support and you should know what I need because we've been in this close one-on-one relationship. And then you start to resent the person, so you pull away.
And it's so hard because if you ask anyone, we all think we're giving adequate support. Like who among us is going to say, yeah, I don't support my friends. We all think we're doing a good job. So there's obviously a gap here when there's those of us who are walking around feeling a lack of support. It can get really tricky. And then that third affinity is secrecy. So this doesn't necessarily speak to like literal secrets, but the essence of that. So feeling like you and I are in this mutually exclusive vault where we engage in self-disclosure. I share, you share, because that is the glue of women's friendship, is sharing. And as soon as I start to have tension with you, I share less because me sharing and how much you know of me is probably indicative of how close we are. Right. And then when there's tension, I'm sharing less. Or if I feel like you've shared outside of the vault, if you're telling personal things to somebody else, I begin to question our closeness. I begin to question, well, do you not trust me? And so, of course, intellectually, I know you can have other friends, but there's something around that sharing piece. If you tell somebody else first about the promotion, the pregnancy, the health scare, I do question, well, are we close because you didn't bring it here in the vault, right? I've even heard women who are disappointed when the friend just doesn't share. You feel like I'm the only one pouring into this. She never tells me anything about herself. So that really is the glue of women's friendship, is that mutual self-disclosure.
When I was reading your book and I read secrecy is one of these affinities of a female friendship that make it either very positive or very negative. I was like, secrecy? Wait, what? And then all of a sudden I realized, wait a minute. To the women I feel the closest to, we always joke, you'll be my best friend forever because you know too much about me. Otherwise I'd have to kill you. You know what I'm saying? But there have also been moments where close friends of mine have been struggling, and I find out 6 weeks later that something has been going on, and my first reaction is anger. That you didn't let me know.
Yeah.
Why am I hearing this from somebody else? And so I realized I never thought about it in the context of it makes you question how close you actually are. It makes you question whether or not this person trusts you, whether or not this person feels that you're somebody that they can lean on. And so it makes perfect sense, but it's so counterintuitive.
Yeah. Information is kind of like the currency in our relationships. And it's kind of the thing that we start doing as soon as there is tension is I share less, right? If I start to feel like, I don't know, things have been weird, I'm probably not sharing things with you. And so I think as much as we can remember, if we're trying to keep the friendship strong, as much as we can remember, I've got to share things about myself. I've heard women who maybe were raised with different cultures who feel like sometimes that's counterintuitive because there's a sense of pride or respect or an expectation that you don't share your business with others. We don't do that. And so I can honor that and respect that. But for the person who has that tendency or had that cultural upbringing that you don't share, you keep that to yourself. I would challenge that person to think about the degree to which they feel close to people in their life if they're not doing that.
Well, what I love about this framework is that when you put it in the context of all the other research in terms of the trends and the tendencies of how boys and guys connect, whether it's in groups where you can be a little bit more anonymous, things are a little bit more casual, you're bonding over the big thing, you're doing a lot of stuff together versus women who tend to bond over kind of intimate conversations, one-on-one shared experiences. You can see why if the connection is grounded in those three deeper things and you feel connected to somebody because of this reciprocity, so to speak, why you start to have this very intense feeling, because we've all had it, where you've been super close friends or you've been part of a friend group of women or girls, and then suddenly you feel like you're on the outside of it.
Totally.
And it feels like a deep betrayal and heartbreak, and you're not quite sure why. But I think you explained why, because the intimacy that is demanded in female friendships is very different. And it's also the source of all the conflict and the tension and the friction that starts to happen.
Yeah. And I do think if a person finds themselves on the outskirts or there's been some kind of like this tectonic shift that was happening slowly and you're like, things are different, to kind of look at those three things and see if you can trace it back. Did somebody perceive that there was a change and we can no longer relate to one another? Is someone secretly feeling like you didn't support me? Is someone feeling like, you've been sharing outside the vault or you're not my person to share with anymore? It's likely that you can trace whatever your present conflict is back to those three things. And, just because there is tension that emerges in one of those domains doesn't mean immediate dissolution of the friendship. That's information I can use to know how to recalibrate or to have a conversation so we can get back to our equilibrium, but hopefully it's a good starting point for people who are struggling to find that language.
Well, I also think with the support piece, it's interesting because when you go through a struggle in your life, whether it's in a relationship or a health scare, or maybe you lose a job or something's going on with one of your kids, you tend to withdraw. And then you do feel a little bit, or at least I have in periods of my life where I struggle, like what I'm going through is a burden to other people. And so I don't want to share. And so there's those moments where you withdraw because you actually need support, but you're embarrassed or you feel just the heaviness of it. You don't want to talk about it. But then your friends are left wondering, where'd you go?
Yeah.
Where'd you go? And so I can see how each one of these factors, it really gives you both something to look at that makes it not personal, but also something to look at it so you can be more compassionate with other people and you can be more compassionate with yourself because everybody's changing all the time and so is your life. Do you have an opinion about friendship breakups? Like, do we need to actually stop being friends with people?
Well, I'll tell you this. We do have friendships that end. I think we know that intellectually, like, oh, friends don't last forever. But when it happens, it becomes very difficult to make sense of.
Yes.
I see that we have a lot of shame around that. I think we put a lot of value on longevity in friendships. So when it's over, we start to think, what's wrong with me? What did I do wrong that I can't keep a friendship going? I always encourage women to think about if you're feeling that shame over not being able to make a friendship last, how do you measure success in a friendship? Is it one that never ends? Is it one where we loved each other really well during this time that we were friends? But friendship breakups are really difficult, and sometimes they do dissolve.
Why are they so difficult? I'm thinking about a friend of mine that was my most favorite human being when I was in college. And we even to this day have matching tattoos. And we had a very bad breakup. And this was over 30 years ago.
Mm.
And I still think about her.
Mm-hmm.
Is that normal? Why am I doing that?
Yeah.
Because I don't think about the boyfriends that I had huge breakups with, and they were inside me for crying out loud. And, you know, I like had the love like drug inside of us. Like, why is it the breakup with a female friend? Because my husband has grown distant from people. He's had breakups with people. He doesn't think about them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Why do we do this?
Okay, so
And am I normal, Danielle? That's what I'm asking you.
yeah. You are. I have some of those too. And I kind of maybe see them as like my ones that got away, maybe like a platonic, could we have worked that out? I still see things and it makes me think of her. My theory is that because of how deeply we integrate our women friends into our lives, naturally, I'm still thinking about you when that's over. Right. And there are even some theories that find that women's relationships become a part of their self-concept. So how I see myself is largely through the lens of how you see and experience me. And if you think that I am interesting and funny and lovable, and then that friendship ends or you elected to leave, I'm questioning, am I still interesting and lovable and funny if she would leave me? And so I think it's natural to still grieve over losing friends, to still be confused about what went wrong, what we could have done differently, and then also have that kind of influence the way we engage in friendships moving forward, right? If you have a friend who told you, you're just too much, am I going into new friendships a little tapered down because I don't want to be too much? You know, so it does leave a lasting impression when we have friendships with other women that end.
You made me have a bit of a breakthrough and epiphany about this topic. As I was listening to you and I was thinking about my friend, it made me sad about who I was at that period in my life.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that she distanced herself. And it reminds me that I was not in a great place and I was not a good friend. And because it's unresolved, it keeps that part of me in some way kind of alive inside me. Does that make sense?
Totally.
And that if she had come back into my life, it sort of feels like it helps with the acceptance that you've grown as a person. And that's why I also feel like I probably hold on to this a little bit, that I have a lot of regrets about how I acted. I was like that clingy, possessive, lying, jealous friend. Oh my God, thank God you and I didn't know each other back then. And I'm a different person.
Yeah.
And so there's something about romantic relationships that I'm able to forgive myself and move on. But when a friendship ends, you don't really quite ever replace somebody in that category in that same way. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. I think with romantic breakups as well, it's so easy to dismiss it as, well, that wasn't my person. I think that helps us to be able to move on. You also kind of know going into a romantic relationship, this might not work out. Let's just see.
That's so true.
But you're rarely expecting or considering the end at the beginning of friendship. I just know that I like you, so let's get this thing going. I'm not prepared or even considering an ending. And I think that makes it even more disruptive when it happens. And then, like I said, because it's so integrated into our lives, it becomes difficult sometimes to move forward.
What I love about your book, Fighting for Our Friendships, is that you not only go straight at this and you unpack all the things that I'll speak for myself, I got profoundly wrong about navigating female friendships. But what I also love is that the same 3-part framework that you say is present for all deep connections between girls and women. It also explains what's missing when you start to feel conflict and frustration. And so let's go to conflict. Let's talk about all of the things that are really challenging about female friendships. And, if I turn to page 44 in your book, there's this concept that you talk about I mean, we even have a term for it, former friendships. I don't think I'd ever hear my son or my husband say former friendships. And yet, when I read your list, the roommate turned bestie that I outgrew, the college friend who phased me out when she got a boyfriend. Oh, that was me. Coworker bestie who disappears when you start working somewhere else. My mom friend who I grew close to but eventually lost trust in. The friend I had to release because she didn't reach out enough. The church friend who cut me off because I didn't reach out enough.
Yeah.
I have every one of those, or I've been that.
Yeah.
Why is this a phenomenon?
There is research that shows that young girls, have more former friendships than boys. But I want to say this because I know it's tempting for some people to hear that and say, well, yeah, because girls are petty. Well, yeah, because girls are always upset about something. And I hear that a lot from men and women, sadly. Here's my response to that. The research finds that our friendships are deeper, but that they do dissolve at a faster rate.
Really? Why?
I don't think that's because we just always want to be in some drama. I think it's because if you are so deeply integrated into my life as my friend, okay, we're sharing resources, you're helping me raise my children, you're giving me career advice, like you're in this with me, right? Then yeah, it increases the chances that there might be some friction because you're all up in my business.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm less likely to fall out with somebody who I'm not even close to. So if men are keeping their friends kind of at a distance and we check in 3 times a year, you probably aren't having fallouts because you're not that up close. If you're in my business as my female friend, there's a higher chance that there is going to be something that goes wrong. So I can keep you at arm's length and be your best friend for 20 years, no problem. Because I'm checking in once a quarter.
Right.
Or when we go play basketball, or I'm not talking about details of my life. We could be best friends all day, right? So there is a risk in having somebody who's so deeply close to you. But then we've got to get to the business of, trying to navigate that when those conflicts arise.
One of the things that I keep thinking about is that friendships don't end. They just sort of come in and out and they're flexible. And it's helped me be less judgy of myself. But it's interesting that the research says that friendships for girls and women dissolve faster and more often than it does for boys and men. And I do think the missteps start to happen when we're little and we're forming friends for the first time, because I'm not sure anybody ever teaches you how to make friends or why you need friends. One question I have before we kind of go backwards is, why are women so jealous of each other? Or at least why can you tell? Like, guys might be jealous of some guy's car or his house or the vacations or, that he's just a good dude that a lot of people like, but you don't feel it.
First I'll say that I don't think being competitive or envious is exclusive to women. We're all competitive. We all get a little envious. And I think it's because we use our friends as a measure of our own progress. So you're very close in my proximity. So it kind of shows me, oh, are we having babies at this rate? How am I doing with my money and my style? I'm looking to my friends purely from a sociological perspective to see, am I on track? Right. So we're all feeling a little like we're using our friends to gauge how we're doing. I think what's so hard around envy that women experience with one another, I do wonder to what degree the patriarchy influences that. If I'm hearing voices telling me I need to look a certain way and have a certain progress in my life, and my friends are in very close proximity, I'm kind of projecting that onto them. If they're making certain choices or making certain advances and I'm not, I have them to look at to see how I'm doing. But I wonder also how much room we have to express that without looking like the jealous friend. So we harbor it secretly or we monitor because I don't want to look like I am jealous. So I keep it inside, and that comes out in terms of resentment or shade or frenemies, right? So it does become kind of sticky.
I want to build on that because I have a theory about this.
Okay.
And especially given that you were a English teacher in a high school and you're a mom and I'm a mom of 2 daughters and you have a daughter. Here's my theory. So if you take it as fact that the average age that a girl gets her period is the age of 12, like that's a huge life-changing event. And what happens when you get your period, at least in today's world, is it's like a very public event. It seems like everybody knows in your class, all the girls know, even the boys know, and your body starts to change and you feel this loss of control that is very public. And then there's an added layer around the fact that what do people say when you get your period? You're 12 years old, and what are the first thing they say? Oh, well, now you're a woman. Oh, you're a woman now. So you become sexualized. And that also, I believe, in a very subconscious and subtle, but not so subtle way, changes your relationship to other women. And I personally believe that two things happen. Number one, it's been very well researched, as you know, how girls' confidence drops off a cliff between the age of 12 and 14. The age of 12, boys and girls have the exact same levels of confidence. By the age of 14, girls experience a 46% drop in confidence. But check out what they're also saying in this research about friends, that 60% of girls by the age of 14 are not confident that they can make new friends. Here's a girl who's 18. This would have been somebody in your English class. I'm not confident in making friends because I'm afraid of making a mistake. I feel like everybody's so smart and pretty, and I'm just this ugly girl without friends.
Mm-hmm.
I feel that if I acted like my true self, that no one would like me. And there's this memory that I have of being in middle school. And it's kind of when the dances start. And I don't know if it's like this now. I mean, I'm literally talking 40 years ago. But when the slow songs would start, there's this phenomenon where the guys pick a girl to dance with.
Mm-hmm.
And it's in that moment that you start to see that there are girls that get all the attention. And I know in those moments, I literally hated my best friends because they were getting picked and I wasn't. And I feel like there is something that happens then that really, in many ways, makes you feel like you're against the other girls in competition for something other than grades, other than sports. It's this social and sexual status that feels largely out of your control.
Yeah.
At least that's what I felt. And I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts about that.
There are researchers that lean into intrasexual competition.
What does that mean? What's intersexual
So when
mean?
you have women who are vying for the attention of males, and some would argue that it's a purely evolutionary thing, that when you do, begin to menstruate and your body is now showing and developing, that does now attract the attention of males. So I could see that being the reason why during that middle school period, we feel like something's shifting, something's going on. I even talked to a woman, her name is Dr. Hannah Bradshaw, and we even looked at, guys, girls versus girls. And she also said that during that stage, how women perceive each other, maybe we start treating her differently if she does draw the attention of men and start hanging out with them. But she finds that it's a bi-directional relationship, that, girls who are around boys and boys come sniffing around and they're hanging out, we find ourselves looking at the girl like, oof, who does she think she is? Because she's around these males.
Yes.
But if you ask the girl why she's hanging out with males all the time, she'll say that she's over there because the girls are mistreating her. So it's a sort of refuge and protection. So it's kind of like this thing that continues to emerge in a cycle. And I definitely see that too.
Well, it's an important thing to talk about because I think these feelings are very normal.
Mm-hmm.
And when you don't know what to do with them, you either aim them at yourself or you aim them at the other person. The other thing I wanted to talk about related to middle school is that, this elementary innocence and kind of navigating friendship and everybody's trying to figure it out. We're all in it together. What the heck is that phenomenon that happens in middle school where everybody's like, I need a BFF. We're biffles. And you start to become defined by, oh, well, Danielle is Susan's best friend. And even the seeking out of that alliance becomes something that is very prominent for girls that age. But I don't see it happening in the same way for guys.
Yeah.
What is that about?
I think that goes back to a little bit of what we said earlier around guys just collecting just casual relationships, being on a squad. It's not really close or meaningful, but they're on a squad. But we even kind of promote the idea to young girls. We'll even ask them from a young age, is that your best friend? Is that your bestie? Do you want something for your best friend? And we've got the chains with like the hearts, from Claire's, it's like best friend. So from the very beginning, being trained to identify who that one person is. And I've also heard it said that, relationships are a woman's primary resource. And I wonder if it's kind of like this social currency, especially at that age, is how many friends do you have? And we see the girl with lots of friends. And what determinations do I begin to make about her? She must be likable and cool, so the girl who's got a lot of friends, but especially if you have a bestie, because that means you matter. This is your alliance. You have somebody who sees you as important. And so that best friend phenomenon, I definitely see emerge at that stage.
What would you say to the person who's listening to you right now who either experienced not having a best friend or not feeling like they were part of a good friend group, or they're seeing somebody that they care about experiencing it right now?
I would tell that woman, you are not alone. There's some research that finds that 40% of adults don't have a best friend. So there's a lot of people out here who don't have that, maybe in this particular season of their life. It doesn't make you any less important or worthy or lovable to not have that one person. And if you don't, ask yourself if you can get all the things you need from the collective rather than the singular. I think it's a romantic notion, this idea of the one person who offers you multiple things. She's your mom, friend, your happy hour buddy. It's very cool when that one person satisfies all those things. But until maybe you find that person, can you find that from the collective, from multiple people? You're getting laughter, you're getting growth opportunities, you're sharing resources. Are you getting that from the village? Because maybe right now that's more important than having the one person who satisfies all the things. And so I just need that woman to know you are not alone. There are so many people who are in the same boat, and to resist the urge to internalize that and to wonder what's wrong with you because you don't have that right now.
And if you're a parent or you're just worried about a girl or a young woman who feels like she's just been iced out of her friend group. I remember when our daughters were in high school, one of my close friends, her daughter was going through something and her friend group dropped her. And I just remember how many tears her mother and I had over what do you do? I mean, this kid has been basically, the words feel so dramatic, kicked out of, excluded, just dropped by a friend group. What would you say to a person that feels like that's just happened to them?
It's really hard, especially as a parent, to not want to drive up to that school and find those girls and be like, what the heck is your problem? It's hard.
So you're saying we shouldn't text them
saying
or their
don't.
parents or get involved? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, no, it's hard, right? Especially as a mama bear, you're like, I want my girl to feel confident and to belong. And how dare people reject her? That is painful.
Yes.
And it's painful to watch your babies go through anything. In the meantime, because we, a lot of times we talk about handling what you can control, that is hurtful. And there's even research that finds that being rejected socially lights up the same parts of your brain as experiencing physical pain. So, she's not being dramatic. It is hurtful to not have people. And it's even worse sometimes when you don't know what you did wrong.
And so, what do you do, or what should you say, or do you not say anything at all? Do you just give the person space to grieve? Do you acknowledge it? I don't know what to do.
Yeah. Well, one of the things we can do is to share with that young woman who's in that situation is what she can do right now is to continue to show up, let's say in this situation at school, to show up to school, to be kind to others, to confidently go about her day and to have connections with people. And if she feels comfortable going to one of the young women who she trusts most in the group, because sometimes we feel like it's us versus this large capital G group. So go to a person in the group who you trust most and say, hey, I'm noticing we're not talking as much. What's going on? Right. And to ask. And at that point, they're responsible for letting us know what it is or not. But if there are people, they would let us know. If they were your people, they wouldn't take pleasure in isolating you. If they were your people, they'd call you in and not push you out. And so it could be a good exercise for her in terms of identifying who your people are. And so suffering any kind of loss is really painful. And like we said, especially women's friendships, because we're so deep.
Right.
But these are not your people. And it's tricky because you think, but no, mom, they are. Those are my girls. But your people would never take delight in pushing you out, rejecting you, watching you agonize over what you did wrong, and not coming to relieve some of that confusion and distress. They're not your people.
I had one of our daughters use this term, a ladder, and she was remarking about how she's in this period of her life and she lives in a part of the world and is in an industry where she says that it's like you're with your people on a certain rung, and we're all in it together, and we commiserate and we're bonded and we're kind of sort of supporting one another. But then the second somebody goes to the next rung in the ladder, either in this city, in a social climbing group, or in this industry, and you get some success, it's like the rung that you were with disappears.
Yeah.
And even seeing that somebody that you thought that you were close with, and next thing you know, you're part of a bigger group, and next thing you know, you're on the outside, but they're staying on the inside. That is a painful thing because you lose the group and you lose the person that you were close to before the group.
100%. Yeah, that is really painful. I think those are the moments where those three affinities of female friendship come out to play. When we no longer feel the same, when we begin to take different priorities, different values emerge. And even though I have a history with you, an affection for you, it's just not working out. I think sometimes it's even easier to release friendships when we can easily identify a villain. It feels easier.
Yes.
When you betray me, I'm upset, but it's easier to let go. It's harder to let go when I still like you. But things have shifted and it's simply not compatible despite my desire to stay in relationship with you. Might be even more painful because I can't make sense of it and I don't know why we just don't work, but we don't. And so again, I think intellectually we know that friendships dissolve, but it is really hard when it happens in real life.
I think you just actually answered it. I think one of the reasons why there is a lot of frenemy and conflict and jealousy is because the process of not feeling as close to a friend is really confusing and painful. And so turning somebody into a villain and blaming their behavior is, I think in many ways, your subconscious attempt to actually cut off the pain that you're feeling because you can't explain it. If it's just, we're just growing apart, that doesn't feel as complete as they asked me out. She's now thinks she's better than me. That is, I think, something that we do to process that confusing feeling that I used to be close to you and now we're just not, and I don't know what to do with it because I miss that closeness and this isn't making sense. So I'm going to just leverage some anger and some judgment here. What do you do when you're jealous of your friends?
Yes. Okay. This is a big one. So first, I like to look at the difference between envy and jealousy because I know sometimes we use them synonymously. So the way I kind of separate the two is that envy involves two people and jealousy involves three. So if I'm envious, that means you have something I want. This is between you and me. And jealousy means I'm scared I'm going to lose what I have to this third party. It's going to come in and take my friend. So I'm jealous of my friend. Maybe a new girl enters the villa and I'm like, oh, what's happening here?
Yes.
But whenever we are feeling jealous or envious of a friend, I think the first thing to do if we're feeling envious is to normalize that. And I know people say that a lot, but something I've noticed, especially with women, is that almost feels like the cardinal sin. Like we can talk about every other kind of friendship conflict, but don't accuse me of being jealous. I don't even want to be in the proximity of being, an envious friend, right?
Right.
So we've got to normalize. If you have somebody you love who's closely integrated into your life, and she starts to have things that you kind of want for yourself, that it's normal to feel that way. And I think it can signal to us our values and desires. So if you, get pregnant, I've been wanting a baby and I'm like, oof, I felt that pinch, totally normal because that's something you want for your life. Totally normal.
What do you do with it though?
I think the difference
Because
becomes,
we then avoid somebody, right?
Sure.
Somebody's renovating their kitchen. I now can't deal with being
Yep.
at your beautiful house when I go home to my hovel. Like somebody's getting pregnant and I just had a miscarriage. I don't
Yep.
want to be near you.
Yep.
Somebody just got engaged and I just broke off a relationship of 2 years. I don't want to be near you. And I struggled with this profoundly. I wanted to be happy for my friends.
Sure.
I wanted to celebrate and be able to authentically feel joy for somebody else. And there are moments in my life where I could not access it.
Yeah. I love the honesty in that, to say, I noticed that I couldn't have joy for somebody else because the lack in my life ran so deep that it went beyond the joy I was able to muster up for my
Yes.
own friend. And then the shame you feel sometimes for that. This is my friend. I can't even be happy for my friend. What's wrong with me? So I think it helps to identify, okay, this is normal. Then I think the next step becomes working through that, sometimes privately and sometimes with our friend, depending on how close we are. And here's what I mean. If I'm noticing, gosh, when I'm sharing space with her, I notice myself maybe making passive aggressive remarks, or I've got to get a hold on that, because now it's messing up my ability to show up as a good friend because this thing runs so deep. So I need to go and look at, what's that about? Do I need to remind myself that there's no comparison and life is not linear and this is her path and my path and things will happen for me? Do I need to evaluate the degree to which I'm operating with a fixed mindset? Because her having is not a sign of me lacking. It's just her having. And what's available to her is equally available to me. And the timing is just different, right? I might need to go and coach myself through that so I can be a good friend around her. If it is something deeply tender, like infertility and things like that, which I've seen women who have expressed to a friend, I love this for you. I'm happy for you. And they can share certain boundaries. Hey, I don't know if I'll be able to make it to the baby shower, but I am sending you a little something, girl, because I want your little one to have this, right? And having friends who can hold space for that.
I had a friend share with me her child was going through very, very significant and difficult mental health challenges. And she said to me, and I will always respect and admire her for this. She said, I'm so happy for you, but I am pulling back on our friend group because every time I see one of your kids moving through life and hitting these milestones of graduating or going to prom, it is such a painful reminder that my child cannot right now. And having her say that instead of her forcing herself to show up and put on a fake smile, which of course then you just feel
Totally.
as this real weird conflict. And I think we do that a lot. I think that is something where you said it, your lack is so big, or the struggle that you're in is so big, you can't actually authentically access the joy or happiness to express for somebody else. That is a normal thing that happens to us. And being able to say, I love you and I wish I could show up and I can't, but no, I'm still cheering for you. And I haven't done that in my life. But this person in my life did. And I was like, wow, I totally understand this now. And I feel closer to you.
Right.
And I think we're afraid to admit these things because we're going to be shunned. And it's the opposite that happens. Danielle, how do you address a friend who just disappoints you? Whether it's in the category of not offering support, like, you experience a loss of a family member and they don't show up. They missed your wedding or they miss your birthday. They hated your boyfriend or your girlfriend, or they currently do, and you're aware of it. They're not happy for you when you get that raise or you're able to buy your dream car. What do you do in those moments where your friend's behavior or energy or attitude or lack thereof is disappointing?
Yeah. So we are going to be disappointed by our friends because they are fallible, regular people, right? So I think making room for that up front is helpful. My friends are going to let me down. I know that I would like to think of myself as a good friend, and I have good girlfriends who could say, yeah, Danielle disappointed me that day with what she said, or, so I'm thankful for their grace. But I think a couple of things to evaluate when that does happen are the severity of it. How big was the disappointment? right? The consistency of it. Is my friend always letting me down in this way, right? A lot of times disappointment comes from unmet expectation.
Oh, you have research about this. Actually, on page
Do
45 of the book. Yes, you do. You've got great research about this. Oh my God. Let me read to you from your book.
Please,
This is
please
on
remind
page
me.
45. Another reason why our friendships can be fragile, especially compared to male friendships, is because we have high expectations. A review of 36 studies found that women wanted more from their close relationships than men did, especially when it comes to reciprocity and self-disclosure, which means we are setting and expected to meet high standards. And this means that we also register more relational violations, identifying more wrongs in our friendships. One study, researchers observed college dorms to monitor the number of roommate reassignment requests. Most of them came from women.
Yes.
And so this research to me suggests that we have these super high expectations of people. A lot of times we don't even tell them what they are. And then when they don't meet our expectations, the research bears out that we literally are finding wrongs.
Yeah.
Do you think that's part of the problem?
Absolutely. And that research goes on to say that this is in both romantic and platonic relationships, have these higher expectations of what's supposed to happen and identifying more wrongs than a man might in our relationships. But there are some things that we can do to kind of close that gap. The first is, how often are these disappointments happening? The second is, what are my expectations and have I expressed them? Which we said earlier, a lot of people feel like, but I shouldn't have to. Sometimes you do. And then also, can I communicate my disappointment afterward? You have permission to say to a friend, yeah, I'm kind of bummed because I thought you'd come to my event last night and I was excited to have you there. You have permission to say that. And the right people will express to you, oh my gosh, I had no idea that it mattered that much.
Right.
Sometimes we underestimate how much the thing meant to you.
Yes.
I thought that, you have events all the time. Why? I didn't know that you care. So I'm more interested in the response after you say the thing, not just that the friend disappointed you. Once I give you that data and I say, I thought you would show up. Or when my dad passed, I wanted you here. I didn't want the texts.
Yeah.
I wish you came and sat with me.
Yeah.
How do they respond? What's next? That's what I'm more interested in. Is there an expression of regret? Is there an effort to repair? Is this a moment to help facilitate? Oh, okay, now I have a better understanding of what you're looking for. That's what I'm more concerned about as opposed to the friend disappointed me. And I think that can help and maybe stop us from prematurely ending some friendships.
Well, see, I think this is a lot of what you also write about in your book, is that all of this conflict and these moments that are normal and human and in every friendship, it's a give and a take. We both have a little bit of responsibility here in terms of what's happening, that it's either an opportunity for you to distance yourself or an opportunity for you to lean in and actually join in with somebody. And, one of the things is I was really researching the let them theory. And I know personally, I have lived in fear of disappointing people my whole life and bent myself into knots to try to make sure nobody's disappointed. Is that all of a sudden it occurred to me, well, isn't it a good thing if a friend is disappointed that you didn't show up? Doesn't that just mean they wanted you there?
Right.
Isn't that a sign that somebody really cares about you and that you matter versus what I turned it into my whole life, which is somehow it's some indictment against me? Like, if you can look at it that way, if somebody respects you enough to say, I was disappointed that you forgot my birthday, and they want to talk to you about it, to me, that's a green flag in a friendship.
Absolutely.
And, unless, of course, you're like, they're doing all that stuff. But what are warning signs that a friend is not or no longer good for you?
One of the ones I like to lead with is, if you don't like who you are when you're together. I know I've been a part of friendships where I am not acting like myself when we get together, and I don't know what prompts that. It just happens so stealthily. But when I'm with other people, I enjoy who I am. I'm proud of who I am. So the first indicator is you don't like who you are when you're together. Another might be after you're spending time together, you find yourself totally depleted. It is exhausting. whether she's super negative or you find yourself doing the mental labor of performing and you feel like you can finally relax, right? That could be a sign that it's not good for you. If you feel like certain goals you have for yourself are being delayed by being in this friendship, whatever that looks like for you. I know sometimes we have friends who are like, oh, you're not like you used to be. You used to be fine with this. You used to be. And there are things I want to do with my life, new directions and goals that I have. But I feel like I'd be betraying my friends by pursuing these new goals that I have for myself. That could be something to look at as well. And then the last thing I'll say is whenever trust feels like it's so lost that there's no way to recover it and get that back, that can be difficult for maintaining a relationship.
As I'm listening to you, I'm like, you're right. Why do I ignore those things and stay in it, work harder?
Yeah. And it's hard because I know, when we see these videos and on social media and it's like 9 signs she's toxic or 9 signs, one thing I want to say about the whole toxic thing is sometimes it's not that this person's so toxic, even though there are people with ongoing toxic behaviors, but sometimes it's just our dynamic. Maybe it's not her. It's just there's something that happens when we come together and it's not clicking. I don't like who I am and something's weird here. But all your other friends, that works for you. They think you're delightful. That's awesome.
Right.
But there's something about our makeup, like quite literally our chemistry, that when we come together, it doesn't work. And so I think it goes back to what we said earlier. It's easier when you can easily identify the villain to separate and make sense of what's happening. It's harder to just say, I just think it's us. I don't enjoy it and I don't like who I become.
Right.
And that's harder sometimes because
What I love about that is that I hate it when people label other people toxic. There's behavior that's toxic, but the finger pointing and the ghosting and the just dropping a friend without a conversation, in my opinion, that's a sign that you're the one that's immature and engaging in toxic behavior. That not actually trying to work it out or have the conversation that there's something off with us. Let's take a little space. And as I've gotten older, my opinion about friendship ending has changed. I just feel like friendships are very flexible. They come, they go. If something ends at some point in the future, a decade from now, who knows what's going to happen and how life might bring us back together. But leaving the door open for people to change and for you to change and for circumstances to change has really helped me in being a better friend, in being more compassionate, in seeing that in any relationship, I own at least 50% of what's happening here because my energy is just as powerful as the other person's energy. And as I change, things are going to change. One of the things I really loved about your book, and I cannot wait to share this conversation, especially with my daughters, I would love to talk about having a friendship with somebody who's controlling or possessive, because I do think that's a predominantly female thing in friendship. What do you do if you've got that friend who has your location and you're at the dinner with somebody else and all of a sudden you get that text, hey, I see that you're right by me. What's up? Like, how come you didn't call me? What are you doing? And you're like, oh my God, like, dude.
Yeah. I think a lot of what lives up under that controlling nature is anxiety and anxious attachment, which women are more susceptible to. And so I'm anxious about you being away. And where did you go? And what do you think? And what's going on? And so, when we have a friend who's controlling us, controlling decisions we make, she's anxious over the fact that you're making decisions that are not what she would make. You're doing what she doesn't want you to do. There's a lot of anxiety about not being able to handle or manage or predict the outcome.
Yeah.
And having that tendency needs to get in check because it's hard to be in relationship with the person who needs you to think like they do, be where they need you to be available when they want you to be available. Because the whole thing about healthy friendships is there's space for us to be together and that interdependence. And there's also space for me to be myself. And always trying to do that dance between us and our togetherness and me and my individuality. But when you have people who begin to suffocate that part, there's going to be an issue.
Danielle, what do you do when you have a controlling friend and their controlling nature is really starting to get annoying?
It helps to package it as an invitation and not an accusation.
Oh, wait a minute. An invitation, not an accusation? How do I do that?
So, because it's easy to say, you're You're texting me all the time. You have to stop, or I'm overwhelmed, right? So I'm going to invite you to participate in the way that feels good to me. So maybe instead I'll say, hey, I know you like to check in throughout the day, but I think it's best for me to check in on the weekends. Like I love our little phone calls on the weekend. Do you want to do Saturdays or Sundays? That's an affirmative boundary on when would you like to talk? Because for me, it's overwhelming, right? And that's me kind of gracefully moving you toward what I need you to do.
You just literally, I just felt like, is class in session with Professor Bayard Jackson? I mean, I just felt like a teacher who sort of redirects you with a smile.
Which, and you know, that's a part of it too, is sometimes playfulness. When I hear people talk about conflict, it sounds really scary and serious.
That's why I avoid it.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense.
And then I show up with a fake smile, even though I'm jealous of your whole life.
You know, where appropriate, we can address some things with playfulness. And I think it's wise to do that sometimes because it helps us to relax, right? If you're being playful, it shows that there's no threat around because we can be playful. You can't be playful and feel in danger.
Okay, well, here's another one. Here's a big one. You've been invited to something and your friend has not. So what do I do if I know this group is not going to invite this person?
That's always really tricky. And we have to take into account things like, I know that they are not friends, but they're inviting me. So, you know, and you're trying to figure out how do I maintain a sense of loyalty, but also being,
yes,
it's really tricky. I'll say this to the person who's being controlling, if I may speak to her. There are a couple things that have to happen so that people don't experience you that way. One is you've got to figure out the importance of a friend to be your everything. And she wants to be so many things to you, but it's not fair. So how can you broaden your friendships? The second thing you have got to figure out if you find yourself being anxious and controlling is, what is the fear? What am I afraid of if I loosened my grip? Am I scared I would be forgotten? Am I scared I might be left behind? There's something deeper there that's got you so fixated on this friend. And I think we have to kind of look at those things because it's going to be really difficult to be in relationship with other people. If that's something that begins to take over, we've got to get it in check. And I sympathize with you because, you know, friendship stirs up so much. You're bringing so much of your personal stuff to the table and we're working it out in the friction of friendship. But if you want healthy friendships, if you want to be deeply known and you want to deeply know others, you have to find a way to offer space to people to be themselves and trust that they still love you even if they're not around. And that can be really hard, but something to maybe work through or get support with so that you can enjoy a healthy connection.
I love your perspective on this. I'm curious, as an expert and researcher on friendship, how do you foster long-term friendships with women, especially as you're moving through different phases of life? What's the research say?
Yeah, so life transitions are actually a big reason why women's friendships end. And I also believe that there are a lot more prominent transitions in a woman's life. And it becomes difficult sometimes to stay together during those disruptions throughout the life cycle. So her getting married and then getting really, really involved with that spouse. And now you're like, oh, what are we doing here? You know, we're not spending time together. Her having a baby. And now the topic of conversation is butt paste and bottles. And I'm not interested, right? So it can be hard to show up in those ways. I think one thing that we have to do is give ourselves grace because we've never been friends like this before. We've never had to be friends with you having to also have this little baby you have to keep alive at home. So the first thing to honor, okay, we've never done this. Let's get to the business of figuring it out. I also see people experience so much dissatisfaction because you're comparing your present to how it used to be. And that chapter is no more. Or it won't return for a long time, right? While this new season is in. And I have people feel a lot of disappointment around that. Oh, it's not like it used to be. It's not like it's used to be. Well, we know, again, that friendships change, but when it happens, it's really difficult to adapt. And then the last thing I would say, if you feel a transition coming on with your friendship, is it's okay to say it because that takes a lot of power away from the fear. So to say to a friend like, listen, I know you're booed up now. I love that for you. But can we still do FaceTimes on Fridays because I miss you and I don't see you like I used to? And I think that feels scary because it's more vulnerable. It's easier to say, oh, got a man and forgot all about me. It's harder to say, I really miss you and I'm happy for you. I love how happy he makes you, but I miss us.
Yeah.
What can we do about that? And it kind of takes the power out of the fear of what happens next with us during this transition.
One of the things that I love that you've said a couple times is, first of all, you normalize how common it is to not have a, quote, best friend, but to encourage us all to look to the greater group and the collective to provide all the different things that we need, from friendship to support to someone to talk about, like, global warming, like whatever, the issues you care about, somebody to have fun with, that you don't just rely on one person. And one thing I'd love to know is, how can someone feel closeness to a new female friend?
Well, the first thing I'm going to say is look at those 3 affinities of female friendship. How can you introduce those from the very beginning? How can I highlight our similarities and play into that? How can I offer tangible demonstrations of support? How can I make it safe here for us to share with one another? Those are things that help us to feel close in those friendships. And then again, and I know this continues to be a theme in what I'm saying, is you can announce it. We've got to get permission to announce it. You can say to a friend, I love getting to know more and more about you. Or like, every time we get together, I'm learning more about you and I'm loving it. I'm loving getting to know you. I mean, sometimes saying it up front helps the other person to buy in, because so often we wonder, do they like me? Do they not? Like, are they as invested as I am? So let me remove the mystery. I really enjoy you. Do you want to do this more often? And sometimes making it plain, I think, kind of relieves that pressure, the mystery, the game playing, right? I initiated last time, but is that too much? There's no time for that. So I think even explicitly expressing to somebody, I'm so excited to get to know you more. I'm always learning a little something every time we get together. I think that sometimes can expedite the process of being close friends.
Yes. You also had interesting research about how women's friendships in particular, when you're younger, are a huge predictor for how your relationship with your significant other is going to play out. Can you say more about that?
Yeah, so we tend to put friendship into the margins of our lives and see it as like this extra recreational thing that's non-essential, but it really is. And it has benefits that we might not even suspect. And there is a study that found that the number one predictor of the success of your romantic adult relationships is how well you did with your same-sex friends in adolescence.
Really?
Likely because things do tend to be segregated by gender in school. You know, girls go over here, boys go over here. I'm mostly with girls, you know, in school in these different groups and in class. That's where I'm developing social skills. I'm learning to negotiate. I'm learning how to communicate. How do I show up as a friend? I'm learning that here. So if I struggled with that in these formative years, it's likely that those same skills that I need to have a successful romantic relationship, some of that stuff's going to travel with me. So these are, you know, it's an important time to figure out with other women when we're young, how do we do this? Because there are surprising ways that it impacts everything else.
For those of us that look back on those years and go, oh God, I was terrible at this. I was the jealous, competitive, one-upper, gossipy. We can change, right?
I'm living proof, hey, that you can. And I mean, okay, the same way we get all these books to be a better parent, to be a better wife, like that's awesome. This can be learned too. And this is what I mean about like giving people more optimism. There's something where we feel like, well, this should be organic. Why can't I get this right? But we aren't learning about how to show up as a better friend because we feel like it should be something that's just natural. And the extent of the conversation at one period about friendship is, you know, it was you either have friends or you don't. And if you don't, what's wrong with you? There's so much more to that conversation. So yes, get the book around how to be a better friend or to get over your anxious attachment so you can enjoy healthier relationships. Yeah, figure that out, especially in adulthood, because the scripts that worked for you in friendship at 18 and can work at 45. At some point, I have to sit down and get to the business of figuring out, how do I do this? How do I make time for friends with my other obligations? How do I release, you know, my anxiousness? Because that's been a theme in my friendships and it hasn't gone well. How do I set boundaries without feeling like an awful person? We've got to get to the business of figuring that out to enjoy the kind of connections that we're dreaming about.
What I love about your book, Fighting for Our Friendships, is that you not only go straight at this and you unpack all the things that we, or I'll speak for myself, I got profoundly wrong about navigating female friendships. It also explains what's missing when you start to feel conflict and frustration. I love the example that you give in your book, and it's on page 110. And you need to send this episode and conversation and Danielle's brilliance to every person in your life that is getting married right now. Because let me read this to you. You're talking about this sort of mismatch where you think the friendship is more important than it is to the other person. I see this play out most often in bridal parties. Several brides-to-be or would-be maids of honor come to me for the sensitive dilemma of bridal party selection.
Mm-hmm.
There's tension when one friend assumes she'll be asked to be a bridesmaid, but realizes the bride has no intention of asking her. Brides come to me with tearful pleas to help them figure out, how do I choose? And then, how do I deliver the news to those who won't be included? When somebody has a wedding, why is there so much conflict and drama inside people's friend groups?
Having a bridal party is probably the only time, aside from the MySpace top 8, where you have to put your hierarchy on display. So if I'm going through our friendship, assuming that we're on the same level, and I'm not chosen as a bridesmaid, I'm not chosen as the maid of honor. And here I am thinking we're best friends. For a lot of women, they do say it's hard for them to recover after that, with that new information that we're not as close as I thought we were, because I've been going around thinking that we see each other the same. And then when you have to make a public declaration of your hierarchy of friends, I'm not up there, it can be really hard to digest.
What's your advice?
Well, the first is to ask yourself about the history and the evidence you have in that friendship. Does she show up? Is she attentive? If I need support, she's there. And can I be okay with that? Some women can't. And some will say, you know what? She's a good friend. We're good friends to each other. I can find a way to be okay with this, right? So looking at what does the friendship offer me, even though I might not be her top tier friend. And to the woman who has to make these bridal party selections and feels really nervous about it, to have those conversations in a way that still offers reassurance to the friends who aren't involved. Because the number one question they're going to have is, am I more invested than you? Do I not matter? Do you not care? That's going to be at the heart of that rejection that they experience. So as much as I can tenderly assure you that this is totally a logistical thing and it has nothing to do with me and you, the better, because those are the things we're going to be questioning after you make that selection.
Gotcha. And by logistical, how do you not, because literally you're like, well, look, my husband only has like 2 friends, so I can't have 17 of you
No,
standing
really,
there.
truly.
My sister will kill me if
Yep.
it's not just her.
Truly.
Like, I know how expensive this is. You've been in 17 weddings this summer, and I've just decided to keep the bridal party small.
100%. But providing that more aerial view of the decisions you have to make and the things you're accounting for can help people to understand a little bit and to depersonalize a little bit if you can give them that overview. So I've seen it be helpful in that way. Or you can scratch the bridal party altogether, which I see more and more people leaning toward because of the other things that it, brings into the friendship.
You also shared research in your book that I've never seen before, that women replace about half of their friends every 7 years.
Yeah, so men and women. There's research that finds that we replace half of our friends every 7 years. I hope that makes people feel a little less ashamed if they have friendships that don't work out, because what that says to me is that there's this natural pruning that happens throughout your life. I also hope that has people release any shame around needing to make new friends, because I hear people say, I'm out here making friends at 42. I should have had all my friends from high school. Really? Because I know some of the friends I had in high school, it would not be appropriate for us to still be friends. It wouldn't make sense to where I am right now or the values I have right now. And so if we are, dropping or shedding new friends every 7 years, that means we need to be picking up new ones. Because what does that churn rate look like? How am I positioning myself to invite new friendships into my life? So I hope it shows us that we will always be having to make new friends.
When I hear that research, I was so encouraged because I'm like, oh my gosh, it's a sign you're growing.
Yeah.
That's a sign that you're like changing, and so are the people in your life, and that's cool.
Yeah.
And I love that visual that has been so widely shared. I have no idea who to credit for this, of the fact that there are 3 types of friendships. Just think of a huge tree and you're the tree, and there will be tens of thousands of leaves that sprout in different seasons and then wither and fall off. And there are branches that are very strong that are there through the standing of time, but some will break due to the weather and the pruning. And then there are the deep, deep roots that you often don't see, but you know are there if you need them, that keep you grounded and strong. And every one of those aspects of friendship is critical, because even the leaves that are only there for the season, these are your sorority sisters or your work friends or the people that you were a young mom with or friends that you were on a soccer team with in high school, that they were there for a season. And while they were there, they absorbed the sunlight and they gave you energy and they were part of what made you you. And then the season changes in your life and those friendships wither and fall to the ground. That doesn't mean they weren't wonderful. It doesn't mean actually that they're not still there with you in spirit, but that you are growing, which means new leaves are going to come.
Yeah.
New branches are going to grow. And those roots that are meant to be there are going to be strong, even when they're not right in front of your face. I mean, some of my most favorite people, I'm so mad at them because they don't live anywhere near me. And what I'm also realizing is maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a good thing because I'm a very deep person. And if I lived next to you, I'd be up in your grill all the time. You'd probably think I was clingy and possessive and annoying. So it's probably better I only see you once a quarter.
Yeah.
Danielle, you've shared so much with us. I cannot wait for the person listening to really take all this wisdom and research and shift how they're showing up and shift how they're thinking about friends, both past and present and future. And I also can't wait to see how many women they share this with in their lives and young women. If there's just one thing from absolutely everything you shared with us that you would love for the person who is listening to do, what would it be?
I want them to consider that the source of your hurting could also be the source of your healing. And I know that there is a lot of hurt that's probably happened with other women. And sometimes we close ourselves off to female friendships because of that. But allowing ourselves to invite the love of other women helps to do some of that healing. To give ourselves the chance, I think, helps to start to be an overlay and starts to gradually erase some of the hurt we have from before. But the restoration lies in the courage to position ourselves to try again.
I love that. So, Danielle, what are your parting words?
I think this conversation is important for the person who finds themselves about to grow cold or cynical to friendship itself, to their personal future, because they can't make sense of something right now, or because they're starting to feel hopeless. And I'm hoping that this equips them with language to describe what's going on and with hope for the future. Because it should be exciting to know that you could meet your best friend in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. It could be exciting to know that you might have several best friends over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. But as soon as we resign ourselves to believing that how it is right now is how it will always be, then we've lost. And so I think maintaining that hope is really, really important. So much of the conversation we have around friendship is about this insulated relationship, just me and you. And we need that. We need close friendships. But when we think about the fabric of society, it starts with me and you. It starts with me being open to sharing with you, having positive experiences with you, and then you go and share that with somebody else. It's a ripple effect, right? It starts with me being supportive of you and you now having a deeper belief in yourself because I affirmed you and spoke words of life into you as your friend. That is literally what fuels society and keeps us trusting one another and having goodwill toward one another. But it starts right here. And so I get really sad when I hear people who are discouraged about friendship and start to close themselves off. Because when we talk about from an aerial view, needing more trust and community from a larger perspective, it starts right here. And so I feel like if we want a healthier, more hopeful future as a society, it starts with me being open to friendships, personal friendships today. And I would love for us to keep making that connection.
Well, I can see the emotion when you talk about that. And I know I feel it. I know the person listening to this feels that fear of growing isolation and discouragement in people's hearts. And what I know is that women have the ability to change anything. And we cannot allow our hearts to grow cold. And this is a moment where we need to turn toward each other and rely on each other and support each other. And what I love about everything that you have done in your work and in this book, Danielle, is that I truly understand and feel more compassionate about the little me who struggled with friendship. I feel understanding and compassionate as a mother to daughters about how difficult it is, but how it doesn't have to be. And your framework offers us a way to see what's happening through the lens of both this is why female friendships are so unbelievably powerful and rich and deep and important. And it's also why they can feel so fraught with confusing and hurtful behavior.
Yeah.
And everything that you shared, which is so amazing, is it comes through a lens of both understanding, matter of fact, compassion, and empowerment. It is fully within your power as you listen to this to create better friendships. It's fully within your power to leave the door open. It's fully within your power to lean toward the people that disappoint you or upset you or that trigger jealousy or lack in you and actually talk about it. That the connection that you deserve and that society needs that happens one person at a time is something that you can create. And now that you've shared all this with us, we can. And so thank you, thank you, thank you for hopping on a plane, for being here today, for doing this research, and for sharing it with me and with the person listening. You truly made a huge difference.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. And I also want to thank you. Thank you for making the time to listen to this. Thank you for sharing this with your sisters, your nieces, your daughters, your female friends, and how amazing it to know that one of the most important things that creates a meaningful life, which are your relationships, you have the ability to create better ones. And I hope you do. And in case no one else tells you, I wanted to tell you that I love you. I'm proud of you for listening or watching this. And I believe in you. And I believe in your ability to create a better life. And relationships, based on the research, are what create a better life and meaning in your life. So take everything that you just devoured and learned and go apply it. Alrighty. I'll be waiting for you in the very next episode to welcome you in the moment you hit play. I'll see you there. And thank you, my friend here on YouTube, for staying with me all the way to the end. That's one of those three affinities: support, being together. And since I know you're the kind of person who loves supporting your friends who are supporting you, I got a favor to ask you. There's something that I would love for you to do. See, my goal is that 50% of the people that watch this channel are subscribers. So do me a favor and just hit subscribe. It's free. It's a way that you can tell me that you love these videos and you love meeting amazing experts like Danielle, who wrote this extraordinary book and came here for free to unpack it all for you and for your friends. And I know you're thinking, okay, this has been awesome. Mel, what should I watch next? Great question. I think you should check this out. You're going to love this. And like a good friend, I'm going to be waiting there to welcome you in the moment you hit play. I'll see you there. What are your favorite books? Books have been a huge part of my life. It's how I've escaped my life. But what I love about a great book, it opens up your perspective. It makes you think differently. Today, I have 4 different books that I'm going to recommend to you. The first one that I'm going to recommend to you is The Book of Awakening. And the introduction of the book, Mark writes, "Along the way, if blessed, we come upon an opening that feels eternal. And suddenly, there's nowhere to go. So we build a fire and stare into life, surprised at the tenderness our endurance and presence has led us to." Why is this making me cry? This book just gave me so much hope and the encouragement that I needed to really move forward. Let's talk about book number 2. And that book is The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho. This is a must-read, in my opinion. I love this book. My third recommendation is The Court of Thorn and Roses series. And my final recommendation is... Woo! Hey, it's your friend Mel, and welcome to the Mel Robbins Podcast. I am so unbelievably excited to talk to you today. I can't wait to share these 4 book recommendations with you. You're going to be blown away. It's always such an honor to spend time with you, to be together. And I also want to say, if you're a new listener, I wanted to personally take a moment and welcome you to the Mel Robbins Podcast family. I am thrilled that you're here. And because you hit play on this particular episode, I already know something about you. I know that you're the kind of person who not only cares about your time, but you spend your time doing things that help you grow and learn and feel inspired, that like me, you're a reader, you love books, and you're listening to this episode because you really are interested in getting some good recommendations for some new books that you can read. And I also want to point something else out. If someone sent you this episode and recommended that you take a listen, you know what that tells me? It tells me that they care about you, that they want to feel closer to you. And I think it's a super cool thing that somebody is taking the time to share this with you. And you want to know a great way to feel closer to somebody else is reading a book together, which brings me to today's topic. Because today you and I are going to talk about one of the most asked questions that I've been getting lately, which is, Mel, what are your favorite books? Like, what are the books that inspire you? What are the books that you recommend to other people? What are the books that you give to other people as a gift? Today, I have 4 different books that I'm going to recommend to you, and they're not just any book. First of all, they're not even in the same genre, so they're all different. Second, I am recommending them to you for very different reasons. And some of these books, it's not just that they're a great read, it's that there's a really cool backstory about the author and how the book came to be. In other cases, the books themselves have come into my life at a pivotal moment in my life and changed my life or the way that I think. And I'm going to even recommend a book to you that has brought me so close to my daughters, and it's the kind of book that I never would have picked up without them making the recommendation. Mom, you got to read this. And so 4 books today. And before we jump into my 4 books, I want to tell you a little story about me that you might not know. Books have been a huge part of my life forever. I was in this program in my public elementary school that was called Great Books. And it was this program that was like a book club for elementary school students. And the discussions about the books were led by slightly older middle school students. And I not only loved great books, but I became a leader in great books when I was in middle school and high school. And so books have been a huge part of my life. It's how I've escaped my life. I mean, books are just so magical. Because as you're sitting there reading or listening, and let's just set the record straight, listening to a book counts, okay? I know there's a lot of debate. Oh, well, I'm not really reading a book. That is not true. There's actually research around what part of your brain that you're using when you read and when you listen. It all counts. But what I love about a great book, don't you, is that you can get lost in a different world. It opens up your perspective. It makes you think differently. It helps you do something that can be very meditative and calming. And so I just love reading. And one final thing before I jump into the 4 books that I'm going to recommend is I have to take a minute and I have to just say thank you. I cannot believe how much you're loving the Let Them theory. I mean, I'm just so blown away by it. My daughter, who I wrote this with, Sawyer Robbins, shout out Sawyer Robbins. We are so humbled, and seeing all of you reading this with your friends, with your families, in your book clubs, recommending it to friends, talking about it online. Like, it is so cool. People keep asking me, what does it feel like, Mel, to have the #1 book in the world? And I'll tell you what it feels like. I just think it's so cool that everybody is excited about a book that can help you change your life. I think it's cool how they're excited about reading again. And to me, that is the coolest thing here, that a book is what everybody's talking about. A book and a theory that helps you change your life, and a theory that's bringing you closer to people and making you feel peaceful and more powerful is what is in the zeitgeist and trending. And what a wonderful thing that we're excited about reading again. And so many of you, because of your enthusiasm for the Let Them theory and how much it's changing your life and your relationships, have written in or like, Mel, what are you reading? What are your favorite books? Like, what should I read next? And so I thought, why don't we just do an episode about some of the books that have changed my life? And these are books that have changed my life for very different reasons. They're in very different genres. They're not all kind of like personal development or mindset or relationship books at all. They're not even that serious, for crying out loud, but I think you're going to love them. These are the books that I give as gifts. These are the books that I've read over and over again. These are books that have come into my life at moments in time where I've really needed the message that's in the book. These are also books where, in some cases, the backstory on the author is so extraordinarily inspiring that just that story alone is something that you're going to be really interested to hear today. And so I've thought a lot about what books have changed my life. I have come up with 4 books that are completely different from one another, that have made a deeply personal and deeply impactful difference in my life. And I cannot wait to share these with you. And before I do, though, I really just want to take a moment and say thank you. For real. Like I sat above the garage with my daughter for a year, basically in a cage fight as we were working on the Let Them theory together. And this is the first time on my podcast that I've talked to you in any detail about the Let Them theory and what's happened in the wake of publishing this book. This book is a phenomenon. I mean, it's on track to become one of the most successful nonfiction books of the entire year. 3 million copies sold in 2.5 months. That doesn't happen. I don't even know what to say. I am so excited that this concept is helping. And the reason why this is selling and so many of you are interested in it is because it works. I mean, you don't recommend a book that you don't love. You don't buy a book for other people that hasn't made a difference in your life. And that's the phenomenon of this book, that it's actually making a huge difference. And to know that what my daughter and I, with the help of our team and the help of publisher at Hay House and Penguin Random House and our partners at Audible and everybody that worked on this and the 94 books. Did you know that there are 94 books that are cited and that were part of the research of me making a case for the Let Them theory and how to use it in 8 different areas of your life? I mean, that's how much I love reading. That's how much I love books. I have been a bookworm since I was a little kid. Never in my life did I imagine being an author. So to know that I'm now an author and I'm not only writing books, but the stuff that I'm working on, I can do with my daughter, and it's just like the coolest thing ever. So thank you for giving me one of the most remarkable experiences of my life, to see the lessons and mistakes and the things that I write about that are deeply personal in this book make a huge difference in your life. And the reason why I know that it is goes way beyond the posts on social media. I want to read some very meaningful things that you've written to us. There's 2 people in particular that I'm going to share today, because I think the most exciting thing about this is how it's impacting your relationship with people you care about, and the number of ways that you are using this in your life. We are receiving hundreds of emails every single week. I am blown away by the avalanche of comments of how Let Them and Let Me is changing your life. And more importantly, in my mind, yes, it gives you instant peace. It gives you instant power. But what I love even more is seeing how it's bringing you closer to people. I want to read you something that Aaron wrote in to me. Aaron wrote in and said, I bought 2 copies of the Let Them theory, one for my mother and one for me. And we both waited to read our book on vacation. And every night, once we settled in, we'd grab our book and start to read. And we kept stopping to discuss the different chapters that both of us could relate to. And we could relate to all the stories that Mel and her daughter Sawyer mentioned. And, here's the thing. If you haven't read the book, I'm the villain in the book. Like, this book is filled with stories from my life and from my daughter's life. And in almost every one, I'm the jerk. I'm the one that's the control freak. I'm the one that's judgy. I'm the one that's insecure. I'm the one that's jealous. And what you're going to see in this book, and what you probably are seeing, and I think one of the reasons why this is resonating so much is as you read the book, you have these realizations where you're like, oh God, I'm just like Mel was. Oh my God, I do the same thing that she does. Or you have the other realization, which is, oh my God, I have to deal with somebody who was just like Mel. What a nightmare. And now I know how to let them. And now I know how to say, let me protect my time and energy. Let me show up differently. So the dynamic shifts between us. And another thing that I'm really proud of is that my daughter and I argued day and night about what stories went in. Like I'd literally be like, well, why don't we talk about this time, when Dad and I were, and she'd be like, nobody my age cares about that. Why did we argue so much? Because we wanted absolutely every story and every book that was cited and every piece of research to be relevant to your life. Because if it's not relevant to your life, then it's just some intellectual nonsense that's a waste of our time. And so we just fought night and day. We did 11 and a half versions of the manuscript. We had teams of people that would sit around and read it with us and dig into the research. I discussed the concepts with experts on 19 different podcast episodes before they even made it into the book. I mean, the amount of research and refining and just trying to craft the single best book that we could for one reason, so that it would be entertaining and relevant and impactful to you. And so to see it embraced on such a global scale, and more importantly, to see it making a difference in your life. Because as Aaron writes, I love Let Them, but what helped open my eyes and my mom's eyes was the let me part of the book. Let me do what I need to do for myself, and let me learn how to accept and love the people in my life for who they are instead of trying to change them. Really an eye-opener and life-changing book. Our vacation lasted 4 days and 3 nights, and the book was finished by the time our trip ended. How freaking cool. That's the other thing that I love about the book. It is such an easy read because it's entertaining, because you literally will have so many cringe moments as you're reading the book, like, oh my God, Mel, seriously? Like you, oh my God, I can't believe you're admitting you feel that way. And honestly, I've done the same thing. And that's the power of this, is to see yourself in the pages. And if you can think of any book that you love it because it brings you either to a completely different world or it awakens something within you. And that's what's so cool. And so with that, let's get into the 4 books that I want to recommend to you and the reasons why. Because since the Let Them theory is spread around the world, you are now asking me, I love this book, Mel. What are you reading? What do you recommend? What do you give to people? And so let's jump into the 4 books that I love. And the first one that I'm going to recommend to you is, and you can see if you're watching on YouTube, this is the Book of Awakening. It is the 20th anniversary edition that I am holding in my hands. It is written by the extraordinary Mark Nepo. And there are so many reasons why I want to recommend this to you. And I think the first thing that I want to say is that this is the book that I give as a gift more than any other book. And I think that's an important thing to say to you, that when I'm thinking about a book that I want to give to somebody, or I'm going to a dinner party and I want to bring something other than a bottle of wine, I bring a copy of the Book of Awakening. This book is so meaningful to me. I'm struggling to even find the words to explain the profound difference this book has made. First of all, I've been reading this since 2016, and one of the things that I love about it is it's just short daily meditations that are 1 to 2 pages long. And it is broken out by the day of the year. So you literally open up the book and it's like, oh, July 21st. And here's what I love about that. Especially when you're in a moment in your life where you're super busy, oftentimes you think, I don't have time to read. Or I don't have time to pick up the book. Or I picked up the book and I started reading and then life got busy and I can't remember where I was. You can pick this book up at any time in your life. You could buy it today. And based on the date on the calendar, you might be flipping all the way back to literally the last 10 pages of the book. And you're exactly where you need to be. Because it has meditations, October 23rd, October 24th. Here's a meditation I'm flipping forward for May 4th. How cool is that? And these are timeless meditations. And what I love about this book is that it is so digestible and it's reassuring. And it's encouraging. And just like everything I'm doing here on the podcast, or at least I'm trying to, I'm always reminding you that the power is inside of you. I'm always reminding you of the simple things that are within your control, your attitude, the things you do or don't do, what you focus on, how you process your emotions and create space for what you're feeling. And you are giving yourself grace. And that's what these episodes are about. And the introduction of the book, Mark writes, each of us, in our own way, is a truth seeker, looking for an authentic path that will let the saint in each of us show itself to the world. Along the way, if blessed, we come upon an opening that feels eternal, and suddenly there's nowhere to go. So we build a fire and stare into life, surprised at the tenderness our endurance and presence has led us to. Why is this making me cry? I don't know why this is making me cry. I guess it's making me cry because I'm thinking about how my husband not only reads this every day, but he leads a men's retreat called Soul Degree 3 times a year. And this is one of the books that he gifts to the men that attend the retreat. And there's a part of the retreat where every night they sit around a campfire, and there are things that they discuss as they stare into the fire. And this book helps you slow down on a daily basis. Whenever you have a moment to just pick it up and read a page, it helps you stare into that fire of life. And you'll be surprised at the tenderness that your endurance and presence can lead you to. He wrote this during an experience where he almost died from cancer in his 30s. He writes, almost dying from cancer in my 30s, he had a tumor in his brain and in his back, was the opening through which I stared into eternity, and the fire I built was the Book of Awakening. I had no idea that this fire on the edge of everything would warm so many. It's hard to believe it's been 20 years since it was first published, and all that time, I've been humbled by the many ways this book has been embraced. More importantly, the vastness it points to remains an irrepressible resource available to everyone. I think that it makes me emotional because, in 2016, things were really shitty. And Chris was really struggling with depression. And I was out trying to make money however I could to get us out of debt. And we were just starting to rebuild our lives. And we were at a point where it was like, God, just get out of bed and do what you need to do. And I know so many people feel that way. And when you are in that position in your life, it's easy to beat yourself up, and it's easy to convince yourself that your life is never going to feel different. And I think because Mark wrote this as he was facing a cancer diagnosis that he thought was going to kill him, you can feel in the words that he writes this grappling with where you are versus what's possible. And this book just gave me so much hope and the encouragement that I needed to really move forward, especially in those moments when things just felt impossible. It really provided a lot of guidance and hope for me at a time when I desperately needed it. And even though I'm not in that place anymore in my life, and I've worked extraordinarily hard, and so is Chris, just like you're working incredibly hard, it still is relevant every single day that I crack it open and I turn to the day that it is and I read the wisdom on these pages, and I'm just grateful for it. I just literally flipped to a page that Chris has highlighted. Too often we struggle stubbornly in an attempt to protect ourselves from the friction of being alive, when it is precisely that friction that works our spirit into a seeable gem. We are more malleable than we think, more durable and changeable than all hope. Thin and fragrant petals do not hide from the wind. They survive to die and break ground again. Even within one life, we shred and reroot. We break, bleed, and rearrange into yet another beautiful thing that learns how to reach. Resisting this process doubles our pain. Singing our way through it is the source of wisdom and beauty. The reason why I'm recommending this to you is because having something like this on your bedside table, that you can wake up to or you can go to bed to, so that the first thing that you read in the day, the input that everybody talks about, is empowering and hopeful and centers you on your capacity and your capability to rise and to meet whatever it is that you're facing in your life, good or bad. I think that's an incredible resource to give to yourself, and this is why I give it as a gift, because we all need words of encouragement. We all need to be reminded of the power within us, and you can't always be with the people that you love. But when you give somebody a gift of a book like the Book of Awakening, you're giving them almost like a surrogate for you that can sit on their bedside table, so that when they pick it up, they know that they're not alone. And they also know and think of you and the fact that you cared enough to give this as a gift to them. And, I see a lot of you doing that with the Let Them Theory book. I think it's the same thing. That when you share an episode of a podcast like this one that made a big difference in your life with somebody, it's a way of saying, I love you and I care about you. And I think this is going to be something you're going to enjoy or get something out of. When you buy somebody else a book and you write an inscription on the inside, you're doing the same thing. You're literally taking something that represents how you feel about a person and you're giving it to them to act as a companion. Mark Nepo, The Book of Awakening. That's number one. Let's talk about book number 2. And that book is The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho. There are so many reasons why I love this book. I recommend this book. I have also given this book as a gift. If you have not read The Alchemist, this is a must-read, in my opinion. I love this book. It is a simple but profound story about a shepherd in Spain by the name of Santiago, who has this dream and goes on this spiritual quest in search of treasure. And the entire story has all these beautiful twists and turns and delays and upsets and setbacks and epiphanies, and it takes you on this just amazing journey out there and within. And the major takeaway from this book is a quote that you may have seen before, you may have heard it, but it is what I do believe to be true about life. And the quote is, when you want something, all the universe conspires in helping you to achieve it. Isn't that a beautiful idea? That if you can be clear about what you want, and if you are willing, like Santiago, to walk toward it, and to believe that it exists and that it is out there for you, if you are willing to journey in that regard, to go after the treasure in your life that you feel calling to you, when you want something, all the universe conspires in helping you to achieve it. Now, one of the interesting lessons of this book that I also love is a lesson that you got to be careful what you ask for, because you tend to get it. But you just don't get it in the way that you thought that you would. And I have read this book over and over and over again. And there's another quote that I want to read to you from this book that also is deeply important and incredibly difficult to absorb as a truth about life. And here it is. One is loved because one is loved. No reason is needed for loving. What does that mean? It means that your mere existence makes you worthy of love. And so many of us are out there chasing it. What if you could just believe that you are loved because you're loved, and no reason is needed for being loved? And the major takeaway from this book, it's really about self-trust and love and learning to listen to your inner compass, and this gigantic takeaway that when you find the courage to believe in yourself and to believe in a vision for your life, and you have the guts to start walking on the path toward this vision that you have for your life, the universe, the world, people, they do conspire to help you. That things do start to change. And I believe that. I believe that so profoundly. And this book has been an important part of my life for over 20 years. In fact, when I wrote my first book, The 5-Second Rule, which is now 8 years old, I write about the alchemist in The 5-Second Rule. And I want to read to you the reason why this book not just because of the story of Santiago and the lessons in the book, but there is a backstory to this book that was so resonant for me, and I want to tell you about it because a lot of people don't know this. A lot of people know that The Alchemist has sold 65 million copies. That's a lot of books. A lot of people know that it was on the bestseller list for over 300 weeks. And even though this thing is over 25 years old, heck, at this point, it might be over 30 years old, it still will pop on the bestsellers list now and again. Like, that's how relevant and incredible of a book this is and how profound of a story it is. Like, I would give this to your adult kids. I would read this again if you've read it before. We all need this reminder that you have within you a deeply personal vision for your life. That is your treasure that you are seeking. And you also have within you the capability to set out on an adventure and a journey to go find that treasure that is buried within your life and buried within you. And it is a journey of trust. It is a journey of twists and turns. And the more you walk toward it, a magical thing happens. The world, the universe, God, people, it all aligns to help you. If you're willing to start to see the world that way, which I do. And one of the other things that I think is incredible about this book is most people don't know the backstory. And so I want to read to you what I wrote 8 years ago in my own book, The 5-Second Rule, in a chapter called Courage Changes Everything. And this is on page 217. Have faith. I believe you can make anything happen as long as you listen to your heart, do the work, and give up your timeline. One of my favorite books is the international bestseller, The Alchemist. It's one of the best-selling books of all time. It has been translated into 80 languages. I've recommended it for more than a decade, and as I was writing this book, I bought myself a new copy to keep me inspired and remind me of the message of the book. The whole universe conspires to help you when you follow your heart. Now, when I cracked open the 25th anniversary edition, I was blown away by the story in the foreword of the book. I had no idea that when The Alchemist was first published in Brazil, it failed miserably. Miserably. Listen to what Paulo Coelho, the author of The Alchemist, wrote in the foreword of the 25th anniversary of his book. When The Alchemist was first published 25 years ago in my native Brazil, no one noticed. A bookseller in the northeast corner of the country told me that only one person purchased a copy the first week of its release. It took another 6 months for the bookseller to unload a second copy, and that was to the same person who bought the first. And who knows how long it took to sell the third. By the end of the year, it was clear to everybody that The Alchemist wasn't working. My original publisher decided to cut me loose and canceled our contract. They wiped their hands of the project and let me take the book with me. I was 41 and desperate. But I never lost faith in the book or ever wavered in my vision. Why? Because it was me in there. All of me, heart and soul. I was living my own metaphor. A man sets out on a journey, dreaming of a beautiful or magical place in pursuit of some unknown treasure. At the end of his journey, the man realizes the treasure was within him the entire time. You know, when I read 41 and desperate, holy cow, I got chills when I read that line in the foreword of The Alchemist. That's how old I was when I discovered the 5-second rule. And that's exactly how I felt, desperate. And what I've come to realize is that there is no expiration date on discovering and expressing the power in you. As Paulo Coelho wrote in the foreword, it starts with a belief in yourself, and that belief is grounded in the courage to push yourself forward, set out on a journey, dreaming of a beautiful or magical place in pursuit of some unknown treasure. And I'm going to remind you exactly what Paulo reminds you of in The Alchemist. At the end of this journey, the man realizes the treasure was within him the entire time. But you're never going to find it if you don't push out on the journey. That's what this book has meant to me. But of course, the story didn't end with failure. As I wrote in The Alchemist, when you want something, the whole universe conspires to help you. I started knocking on the doors of other publishers. One opened, and the publisher on the other side believed in me and my book and agreed to give The Alchemist a second chance. Slowly, through word of mouth, it finally started to sell. 3,000, then 6,000, book by book, gradually throughout that next year. 8 months later, an American visiting Brazil picked up a copy of The Alchemist in a local bookstore. He wanted to translate the book and help me find a publisher in the United States. HarperCollins agreed to bring it to an American audience. But it still took time to sell.